And welcome everyone to EUSA Playoffs Week 1. The first season of USA, even though it says the funny 4 number there, is coming to a close as well, just like USL yesterday. And obviously, for the finish of that season, we're also going to have a small little pre-show section, a small little quiz where we can get our players involved and have them show the knowledge of their league. Joining me in this little section, we have, first of all, Kitty Bagel. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm good. I'm here. I'm tired.
Tired? 3 p.m. Huh?
Yeah, look, long day yesterday.
Okay, fair enough. Also here is Shen. How are you?
I'm doing quite fine. I just haven't slept though, but I'm super hyped and ready.
Yeah, you gotta be, right? You're immediately off on after this as well, so
Exactly.
you're getting a hot start. And lastly, Jamie, how are you?
I woke up half an hour ago, but that's to be expected.
How are we all sleeping so late, guys? What's going on? What? It's 3, guys. Anyways, not a lot of yapping anymore at this one. We have a quiz to go through. We have 15 questions to go through. The same thing for anyone that's watched yesterday. We will go through the answers, the questions where I'm going to be getting the answers from all of our participants. You get 1 point per question that you answer correctly. And in the end, whoever has the most points just wins and takes it all. And I think we don't have to waste much more time. We're immediately going to go into the first question. And again, it's one of my favorite questions already of the quiz, because I just like the concept of the question a lot. It is the thing that we saw yesterday already. What is the only matchup which went to game 3 in both series? So in both rounds that were played, it went to game 3. Was it Ask versus Bonk? Was it Bonk versus Circus? Was it Hot versus Ask? Or was it Circus versus Hot? You can now go ahead and DM me your answer. You can also DM me, if you're just confident, you can also DM me your answer while I'm still talking. You just risk looking silly, but I don't think you guys care that much about that. So, but yeah, here we go. And answers are already in. Hey, considerably faster than Lucas yesterday. I'm all proud of you. Okay, no. We have 3 different answers coming through.
Oh no.
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? We have once Jamie going for Bonk versus Circus, you had Kitty Bagel going for Hot versus Ask, and you had Shen going for Ask versus Bonk. The correct answer here is Bonk versus Circus. So Jamie, you get a point, and you're the only one to get a point off of that. Could it be that you might have known that because you were involved in the series?
Oh, definitely
Maybe.
not.
Yeah, that can't be related at all. I'm sure. Yeah. For context of the other 2 series, as I'm opening them up really quick myself to make sure I'm not yapping wrongly. Ask versus Bonk ended up being the first round robin. Bonk 2-0'd Ask, so it wasn't that one. Hot versus Ask was on the second round robin, I believe. No, the first round robin. Don't Ask 2-0'd. Wait, no, that's wrong. Let me double check. On the first round robin, Don't Ask 2-0'd Hot Tofu, and Circus versus Hot, wasn't it, as Circus got 2-0'd by Hot on April 12th. That's like in the middle. I'm not sure if that's second or first round robin. I'm just gonna say one of them. But yeah, congratulations, Jabby. You have a point lead, and you're going to town already. Basically, you're winning the whole thing, right?
100% win rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically quit while you're ahead, one might say. But no. Going into question 2. When it loads. I hope it loads soon. The script's running a bit slower today. Doesn't like me, I guess. What was the smallest time difference between 2 games in the same series this season? Was it 1 second, this time written properly, 2 seconds, 4 seconds, or 5 seconds? Same question that we had yesterday. Because, again, we were just really close in 2 games within the same series again, which is, again, astonishing to me that happened not only in one of the leagues, but in both of them. Little fun fact, we do have a player that in here as well that was involved with the series that ended up having that funny time difference.
Interesting.
As we're getting the answers coming in. And we have 2 of you ended up going for 4 seconds, while Kitty Bagel, you ended up going for 2 seconds. Why 2 seconds? Any series you had in mind specifically that might be the 2 seconds?
1 second felt too short. 2 second was perfect. This is
Mm.
based on
Yeah.
nothing but vibes.
Well, understandable. I highlighted you because you actually played in that series and it
Ah,
also
shit,
was
it
1
was me.
second, by the way. It was
Oh, fuck.
week 7 Hot versus Work and
Oh, wow.
Prayer, where
Oh, it
game
was
one,
that series. Fuck.
game 1 was 14 minutes and 42 seconds. Game 2 was 14 minutes and 43 seconds. So almost
That's crazy.
identical games, which is very funny. Unfortunately for the 3 of you, no one goes away with a point here now. But that's fine. You got 15 questions, right? And that means we can just immediately go into the third questions with the same point tally. This one's going to be one of the statistical ones, one of the nerd ones. Which player has the highest assists per 10 minutes? Is it Ava? Is it Grim? Is it Nitron? Or is it Shen? This is just pure stat checking to see if you guys know who was the most efficient at gathering assists for their team in that 10 per 10 minute stat, which again always comes with a little bit of a surprise as well, personally to me. But I mean, you never know, right? The stats could be funky.
Oh god. I checked last like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
might
remember
know this.
if it's updated or not.
No idea for this one.
I'm basing this off total assists, not per 10
Listen.
minutes. So
I understand, Shen. You just gotta just lock in. Okay, answers come through. We have 2 of you going for Grim, 1 of you going for Shen. Jamie, you ended up going for Shen. Why do you believe it is Shen over Grim?
I just feel that with winning so many games, they probably got enough goals and assists to get there.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, you're just correct. It is Shen, actually.
Wow,
really
I don't
good
believe
job
in
of you.
myself.
No,
Yeah,
Shen,
so,
humble king.
You could have backed yourself here, you know, get that ego going before you game 1 today. And meanwhile, here you're saying Grim is outperforming you in assists. Come on, man. Come on. That's not the game plan for today, is it now? But yeah, no, Shen edging that one out as I'm really quick gonna open up the stat sheet for that so I can give you the funny numbers as well. You can say stats. I'm very well prepared in case you haven't noticed.
I mean, you could also technically take this as me saying that the games don't last long enough to get highest assists per 10 minutes.
No.
True.
yeah, I thought our
True.
games were short enough. We might have the 10 minutes record.
Really quick, I don't want to be rude now. I made the sound very close. It's not close at all. Shen first with 2 assists, 2.02 assists per 10. Second place was Yodes when he was subbing, so we're not going to count him. So after that is Nitron with 1.6. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, no, you've outperformed a little bit there. So very much, it's very much is you, Shen, but very much a point towards Jamie, which is now taking a 2-point lead. Jamie, the only person that scored so far. So hey guys, Shen, Kitty Baby, we gotta lock in a bit, you know? Like, damn.
You
Go
wouldn't
for the
understand my
statistics.
game plan.
Yeah, your scale, right? Yeah, makes sense.
Exactly.
Statistic question. Which striker has the highest KOs per 10? Is it Juliet? Is it Luna? Is it X? Or is it Asher? Again, just kind of knowledge of what would be played, what would be played enough to really do well, what is being played by the people that also can perform on these picks. Obviously, all of these characters being pretty strong at being able to secure KOs, but have to obviously still perform on it in the end as the answers are in. We have 2 Juliet picks, and Kitty Bagel, you ended up going for Luna. Why that? Why's the Luna calling to you?
I remember one game where we were against a Luna brawler and we died like 30 times. And I
So
haven't
you
seen
just
any
think
other
you
Luna
played in it?
picks.
Hey, you know what? Fair enough. Unfortunately for all of you, it is X actually. So none of you got a point this time around. But I respect the strategy of thinking, oh, we just inflated one specific character. No, if you look at the KO stats per 10, it is X
Wait,
by
it's
not a
X,
huge
really?
margin though. Yeah, X is sitting on 2.6, whereas Julie is on 2.52. So not by a lot.
Okay.
But X is just took the lead in the end and took home that title. So going into question 5, we'll see. Maybe Shen King it on the board. Maybe Kittyblade will get on the board. We'll see what the question is going to be. It is going to be another stat check, although this one is a bit more intriguing. Which team got the least damage in total? Is it Hot Tofu? Is it Bonk Atomic Punch? Is it Aegis? Or is it Work and Prayer? So this is across the entire regular season. Who just added up to the least amount of damage done during their series. And I have a lot of funny numbers out of me. I'm not going to read out the full number because we're in 7 digits here, and I feel like I'd be stuck here for years if I did. But I can summarize. Okay, answers are through, and damn, 2 Aegis votes. You guys are not believers. Jamie ended up going for the Bonk as well, but I hate to disappoint again. I feel like this is an evil question because it's actually Hot Tofu. Hot Tofu, not like a really huge damage dealing team. You have the highest damage in the selection was Bonk with roughly 1.7 billion. Next up then is Aegis with 1.47 million, then Work and Prayer with 1.44 million, and the lowest with Tofu, who's just below 1.4 million. So
I guess I'm just traumatized from the games that I play versus Tofu.
I guess they're just too focused on scoring and winning games. That's cringe.
Well, if it's that, I'm not sure, but you got to think about the fact that a Julie Dash punch just one-shots you at any amount of HP, right? So they don't really have to chip damage you to
Who
get
had
you off the
the
map.
most?
I mean, you'll see if you stick around.
Oh,
You mean damage for teams?
yeah.
I can get that checked really quick. Highest damage was pretty clearly Jammy Circus with 1.7 million. Bonk was just 20,000 behind. So that is like one good or bad game, but Circus was the one that ended up taking it in the end. But yeah, here again, another thing I want to highlight about the stat thing here. Funny contrast. Lowest damage on Hot Tofu, highest KO count on Hot Tofu.
Yeah, they are pretty efficient with their execution, you could say.
Yeah, we did a bunch of damage, but no kills.
Hey, been there, brother. Okay, we're gonna go into question 6 now. Which striker was the most banned this season? Was it Rune? Was it Amy? Was it Kai? Was it Estelle? So a lot of midfield hate here already, but which one saw the light of day the least? All of these characters have a pretty high ban count. Matter of fact, 3 of them above 20. One of them a bit less, but you know, doesn't always have to be that much hate on the characters. As I have 2 of the answers that have come in already, waiting on the 3rd one now.
Oh shit! I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm the wrong person.
Fire. Okay. Okay, we have 2 Estelle votes coming in and 1 Kai vote going in. Very European to think about these 2 characters. Why did you end up going for Kai, Jammy? You're the one that's out of line here.
I'm just remembering how many times we've had Kai banned against us and banning Kai against us.
Okay. Fair enough. Oh, you're meaning to tell me Shen's playing a lot of Kai?
What? Really?
What?
Well, again, unfortunately for all of you, it was Rune.
What?
Kai
What's
was
he
the
doing in
least
the USA?
banned.
What?
Kai was the least banned. Kai on 14 bans. Estelle sitting on 20. Amy on 22. And Rune on 24. Which, to be fair, I can understand why Rune would end up getting banned a decent amount. Because you guys have quite a few of, like, stressful Rune players, I feel like, that you need to be aware of. And if you're thinking about specific matchups, it's very easy to just think about Rune being taken out because he's also quite tricky to play into. So I can see how it could end up this way for sure. But again, unfortunately, no points to be given out. So we're going to move into question 7 with, again, Jammy on 2 points and Chen and Kitty Bagel looking for their first ones. As question is here. What was the most common starter awakening this season? Was it Reptile Remedy, Extra Special, Glass Cannon, or Orb Dancer? Now, this one is extremely tough to know because not all the USA series were streamed, so you're kind of just shooting in the dark here.
I love gambling.
But we do love gambling, and sometimes gambling can be quite a funny thing as well. Actually, guys, don't gamble. Wait, I just
This is
realized
where I excel, though. This is where I pop off right now.
Yeah, I'm basing this on one series I had.
This is where the comeback starts.
I had one series where one of these was in every single game.
Damn, okay.
I'm
Wait,
pretty
how?
Sure, yeah.
As a Star
think-
Awakening, that shouldn't be allowed per rules.
I think it was. Oops.
Who ref that series? Kidding. Okay, so 3 answers coming in, 3 different answers coming in. Kitty Bagel ended up going for Glass Cannon. Jammy ended up going for Reptile Remedy. Shen, you took Extra Special. Why Extra Special? Why was it speaking to you?
Most of the time, I've just remembered, at least looking at our Lexus character pool and thinking a lot of Dubu games because of Extra Special being reminded, at least.
Well, by way of thinking, I ended up giving you your first point. You're on the board. It is Extra Special.
Yes!
So,
Oh.
Extra Special appearing a
Oh.
total of 10 times as a Starter Awakening. Second place, Reptile Remedy with 7 times, and then both Glass Cannon and Orb Dancer with 6. So, if what Kitty Bagel's saying is true, half of those were in one series, which shouldn't
It was
have been
probably a
able to
series
happen.
of 2.
Ah, I see. Well, still, then it's a third of it, so still counts. But yeah, Shen on the board now, so Jammy 2 points, Shen 1 point, and Kitty Bagel on 0, as we're going to go into question 8, now going just over the halfway mark of the quiz. What was the least played map this season? Was it Amy Zap, Inky Splash Zone, Oni Village, or Demon Dice? This one's a thinker. This one's a thinker. Answers.
This one
answers
is a
taking hot
thinker.
Yeah. But
I-
there's some logical deduction that he could make. Damn, I don't know what
Yeah.
maps you guys are thinking about, but you're typing really long, Shen and Javi.
God.
I'm just thinking of. I like to write the entire name, that's why.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to think
yeah,
of the
yeah.
map pools.
I mean, you
Oh,
played
there were
them,
2
right?
map pools, huh?
Yeah, so that would...
Oh, shit.
Okay.
I'm thinking of 2 maps specifically, and
Can you tell
know
I didn't
for a
do that?
fact- know for a fact one
Okay,
of them
we
is
have
Giga
our
Band.
answers then. We have 2 on Demon Dice, 1 on Inky Splash Zone. Shen, why Inkies? Why did you have to go for the longest name so you had a hard time typing it out?
Mostly, I don't know, from the amount of stream games that I saw, I didn't get to see that many Inky games, like almost maybe one max maybe. But I've seen Circus, for example, play Demon Dice before, like a couple of times. So I feel like it can't be Demon Dice because of that.
I mean, that seems like a logical and fair deduction. Unfortunately for you, you're the only one to get it wrong because it is Demon Dice, actually. Demon Dice only being in for one half of the season already doesn't help it. And even though Circus likes playing Demon Dice, to my knowledge, don't quote me on that. I'm not sure if it's really open enough to always go because Demon Dice has only played twice, and Amy's Inky's Noni had all 3 appearances, which still very low. In the grand scheme of things, but just 1 less. So Demon Dice ends up being the correct answer. Kitty Bagel gets their first point, and Jammy ends up going to 3. So now again back to a 2-point lead for you there. As we're gonna go to question 9. How many strikers haven't been played in goal this season? So how many different strikers have never been picked in goal across the entire season? Is it 3, 4, 5, or 6?
I should have played the ex-goalie just for this.
Yeah, just for the stats, really, right? Get him in.
Next
But,
season, I'll play every character once test.
Don't worry, I'll do the Octagolly next season.
Every character once when you only... Well, to be fair, you could, right? If you make every series take 3 games, you have 30 games. Yeah, that's works for the entire roster.
That implies I like win with ex-goalie, but...
I'm
you
sure
can have
I'm
the
sure
ex-goalie be
do.
your lost game, you know?
Ah, fair.
Like that-
Well, I don't lose on ex-goalie, come on. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, why would you ever, actually? Right. 2 answers having come through. And all of you guys seem to be in agreement that it is 5, which is very surprising to me because that is just simply correct. So all of you guys get a point here. How did you end up getting that? Was that like just was that like a gut feeling across the board, or did you guys start counting?
I counted.
It was vibes here.
It felt correct.
Okay, so
I was
Shen,
trying to memorize the entire character roster, and I was like, okay, this character cannot be played in goalie. And then after that, I would go like, okay, which of these characters can be played in goalie, but just don't because of the players. And that's just
Now-
how I got the vibe.
Now I want to know, do you know these 5 characters? What were the ones that he ended up coming up with?
The ones that
Oh, no.
were on my mind were okay, obviously the X and Julie, those are obvious, and the Zen.
Mhm.
Then came, I believe, Luna. I have not seen being played, and then there was one more, which was, oh god, what was it now? I don't think anyone has played Rasmus Goalie in EUSA.
Yeah, almost. You got really close. You got really close.
Ah.
Rasmus has been played. I'd have to fact check who did it, but Rasmus has been played. Rune has actually never been played in goalie. And fun fact, that means Octavia has been played in net, but it wasn't Jammy. What's happened?
Yeah,
That was me.
I
I know it
sure
was
did
you.
see that at the end.
Yeah. But yeah, 5 is correct. So hats off to all of you. I have no idea how. Like, even if it was just vibes, just getting it right, I couldn't be me. That's for sure. But gonna go back to question 10 now, and another statistical one. Which player has the highest damage per 10 minutes? Was it Kami? Was it Lego Piece? Was it Kirby? Or was it Big Smoke Manager? So a bit more of a stat check again. We'll have to see if we can get it right though or not. As I'm already preparing to look at the funny numbers. Nice. And okay, nice one. I just got the answers. All 3 of you seem to be in agreement. I'm laughing because Kitty Bagel didn't actually send me the name. He sent me the image of the Lego piece that Lego piece is named after, and it is Lego piece. Ended up getting the most amount of damage per 10. Just edging out Kami by roughly 400 damage per 10 minutes dealt. And then the rest comes with a little bit more of a gap after them. But again, all 3 of you seeming to just get that correct, which again doesn't really do much for you in terms of winning the quiz. But hey, it adds up to the tally, you know, it looks a little bit nicer.
I mean, you're supposed to let us win, you know?
Well, not really, you know. It's more fun if you get some wrong as well at times. But I digress. Going to question 11. Which striker was picked by the most players? Was it Dubu? Was it Juno? Was it Drakkar? Was it Asher? So again, by the most amount of players, meaning by the largest amount of people, differing people across the season. Obviously, all of these characters do have some flexibility to their roles, can be played in different positions, but which one ended up being the one that was being used the most and the most versatile? We have 3 different answers coming in. Shen ended up going for the Asher. Jammy ended up going for the Drakkar. Kitty Bagel, you ended up picking the Dubu. Why the Dubu? What pulled you towards the Dubu?
Aegis and our brawler play a lot of Dubu.
Also, Kami played it as well, I believe, at one point. I remember a series where Kami played Dubu Brawler, which... Why? But, you know, hey, he can do that. But unfortunately, as much as I would like it to be Dubu, it isn't Dubu, it is Drakkar, but it's by a very small margin. Drakkar was then ended up being played by 12 different players, all the other 3 by 11. So, not able to get that right for yourself, but Jammy ended up getting it right, so Jammy takes another point and goes up to a 3-point lead now, just getting stronger. And we only have 4 more questions, actually, which means statistically, if Jammy gets 2 more correct, he's just 1. So time to lock in for everyone that's not Jammy, and time to forget what Omega Strikers is for you, Jammy, to keep it interesting, right?
Yep.
Okay. Question 12. Which striker has the only Siphoning Wand game this season? Was it Vice, Amy Zentaro, or Luna? Siphoning Wand not picked at all throughout the entire season, with only 1 character ending up picking that gear for themselves for a game. And the question here is which one ended up being this character. All of them very much Siphoning Wand users, for some a bit more conventional than for others, but have to see if you can get it right.
Oh, I wrote, I'm genuinely confused.
I have faith in someone being a dumbass and going for this.
Can you elaborate? Okay, answers Twice Centauro, once Amy. Kitty Bagel, can you tell me why you got that one right? That it was Amy.
No.
I just had faith someone would do it.
Can
There's
you
solid
tell
chance
me?
it was
Can you tell me
Wessel.
who it is that
Was
you're
it
thinking
Wessel
about?
or not?
I guess I can go check. It's very possible. That seems very reasonable now that you mention it. That it would have been Whistle.
I don't know if he subbed EUSA, but if so, I'm.
No. Actually, it was Kirby. It was Kirby Derby going.
What is my bowler
crazy.
doing?
You guys played a. To be fair, you played a triple midfield comp that game. What is this? Wait, we're on Demon Dice. We're playing Estelle Vice Amy. How's this happened?
That's for the love of the game.
Let's go, Kirby.
We're Estelle goalie on Demon Dice and we're playing double. You know what? I don't need to know because you ended up winning the game. So who am I to judge, right?
Yeah, no, both
Wait,
coaches in the chat
who was it
losing their
against?
minds over us.
Well, I mean, it's. Hey, listen. Game recognizes game. You won the game. So what can you do, really, right? But no, Amy is very much correct. Kitty Bagel going up to 4 points now. So again, 3 questions left. Jamie sitting on 6. Kitty Bagel on 4. Shen sitting on 3. As we're gonna go into the third last question. Which starter has the highest saves per 10 minutes? Is it Yonkate? Is it Arlax? Is it Jamie? Or is it Skylar? So again, a bit more statistical on this front. We'll see if you guys can get that right or not. Yeah, this one seems a bit more easier. Jammies across the board, so points across the board. It is Jamie who ended up getting the most saves. In comparison, well, again, it's specified starter because technically it would have been Yodes for the series that he subbed in for Bonk, but it's Jamie in first place with 41, and then second place is Arlax with 38.1. So Jamie, again, considerable lead on second place. And then Skylar and Yonkate basically around the same level as Arlax as well. So not quite able to get there for themselves. But this means with only 2 questions left, Jamie, you've already locked yourself at least a tied win. So we'll have to see how the last 2 questions play out. Penultimate question now coming up, which is the following: which player set the most records this season? Was it Kitty Bagel? Was it Ilpuma? Was it Shen? Or was it Lego Piece? This is something that he might know if you just checked records for the fun of it across the season. And if you don't know, then hey, tough luck, you know. And for everyone else that's curious outside of that, you'll figure it out in a few more minutes because we're gonna just announce it afterwards. But so I'm not gonna go into too great of a detail who it could be. But answers have come in. We have 2 of them who ended up going for Shen. Jamie, you ended up going for Lego Piece. Just out of curiosity, which 2 do you think it would have been for Lego?
Something like KOs and maybe goals.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brawler, that's fair, right? That's a fair assumption to make.
Or damage.
Unfortunately, for all 3 of you, it was Ilpuma, who ended up taking home 2 records this time around, which gives them the most, and that means no points to be given out this round going into the last questions, which means Jamie's already won. Now it's just for second place between Kitty Bagel and Shen, so we'll see who's going to be able to take it home.
I think I understood the game wrong.
Yeah.
I think it was to get the least points, you know?
Wait, we're not playing
Oh,
golf.
damn. I then explained it badly. That's my bad.
Exactly.
But this is redemption, right? You get it right, Kitty Bagel gets it wrong, and you guys can tie for second. That's already good. Question is the following: which striker has the highest win rate this season with a 5-game minimum? So they need to have appeared in at least 5 series to count towards this. Is it Mako? Is it Estelle? Is it Juliet? Or is it Dubu? Just purely checking win rate here.
I'm between 2, but I'm gonna trust my gut.
Okay.
Same here.
Yeah.
Ooh, Bolts trusting
I have
your
a
gut.
really bad reason. I'm sure this could.
Okay, 3 different answers coming in. Estelle for Jamie, Juliet for Shen, and Mako for Kitty Bagel. Now, we do have one of you guys that got it correct. I'll start with you, Jamie. Why did you end up going Estelle? Do you think she was just that dominant, even though she has been played a lot, that she just has the highest win rate still?
Yeah, it was between them and Juliet for me.
Well, I can tell you, one of these two is correct. Unfortunately for you, it is not the one that you ended up picking. It is Julie with a staggering 65% win rate, which is pretty good, especially considering that she's been played 20 times. So that's a 13-7 record. So Julie, very much a successful character. Also, this means Shen gets a point. This means Shen's tied for second with Kitty Bagel. That means Jamie wins with 7 points. Shen gets second together with Kitty Bagel, who's also gonna go second. We're not gonna do tiebreakers. That ended up wasting too much time yesterday for second place. I'm sorry, but. Yeah, for the question to wrap that up really quick, it was Julie the best with 65%, Estelle with 60.53% was in second, then Dubu third with 58.6, and then Malco with 54.5. Ended up taking the last out of these 4 slots. But yeah, that wraps it up for our little pre-show section for the quiz itself. Thank you three for coming very much. Jamie, congratulations to winning the quiz today. Hopefully you can win your games today as well. Same to you, Shen, as well. Good luck in your preparation there. Do you guys have any closing words before we're going to send it into a little break? I'll start with you, Jamie.
I think I've used up all my luck for today, so again, really need some help with the games.
Not a good sign if you're betting on luck to win games. Shen, what about you? Any last words?
My brain's fried, man.
That's a great prerequisite to start going into game 1. And then lastly, Kitty Bagel, anything from you?
I guess I'm going back to solo queue now.
All right, enjoy solo queue. And with that, you guys enjoy the little break as we're getting everything ready for the All-Star announcement. So we'll be back in just a minute. See you around. And welcome back, everyone. We are with our favorite part of the season and my personal favorite part of the season. We have the All-Star announcement, and we're going to do it the same way we did yesterday. We're going to jump back and forth a little bit between the teams and between the awards, and I feel like we don't need to waste much more time. People want to know who ended up winning, who ended up taking it all in those departments today. So we're just going to start off exactly with the All-Star Team 3 right here. So that is going to be congratulations to Young Kote in goal, Nitron in midfield, and Kami as the forward here. All three of these players again showing up in playoffs today and playing today, having had extraordinary performances across the season. And very much deserving to be in these top positions. We do have a bit more contention around certain roles, specifically in the midfielder role. Whoever ended up getting fourth was just 4 points behind Nitron, but Nitron ended up being the one to take it this time around. So congratulations to you three to be in the All-Star Team 3, as we are going to move on directly to the next award, which is going to be the Best Substitute. And that one, who else could it be other than Whistle? Congratulations from Hot Tofu, coming in clutch for Hot Tofu, playing 2 to 3 series and always being present, always playing well, right? Obviously, we all know Whistle. We all know the level that Whistle plays to. Unfortunately, not willing to commit himself into a full season position, but always comes in as a super sub. So ended up taking the best sub position with these 7 points. Just 1 point ahead of Dinfar and 2 points ahead of Loopy. So pretty contested area to win out here. But obviously, in the end, it ended up being Whistle who ended up taking this. And you can see the stats as well in the pretense, just consistently in the higher echelon of things, in the stats that are relevant for a midfielder. So excellent performance for Whistle there, as we take to the next All-Star Team, All-Star Team 2, which consists of the following three. It consists of Jammy, Il Puma, and Lego Piece, both of the Bonk forwards, combining in the All-Star Team 2 section, as Jammy sneaks his way into that as well. Again, point-wise, pretty close across the field here, but decent enough in terms of point differences to end up being the difference maker here. Matter of fact, actually, between the Brawler second and third team, they were tied on points. They were both on 33 points. So I'll have to admit that. Problem, I never really foresaw a need of a large tiebreaker. It ended up being the tiebreaker, ended up being the fact that Kami's last point came from the communal votes that came together, while Lego Piece ended up getting his points from the main votes only. So that edged it up for him, but basically Kami and Lego around the same area there. Il Puma having a decisive lead though on Nitron, who's sitting at third, and Jammy being 8 points ahead of Yonkate here. But again, all three of these players playing today, and funnily enough, they're playing against each other. No, they're not playing against each other. I got the matchups wrong. Bonk is playing against Don't Ask, and Jammy Circus is playing against Hot Tofu. So, but yeah, great results from all three of you. Congratulations to making the All-Star Seconds team, as we can now move on to the next award. And that next award is going to be the most improved player across the season, and that one is going to go to Jammy. You just seen him on screen as well. Congratulations, Jammy. Obviously, previously to the season, being that Octavia one trick, even in net, and just fully flourishing into that position now of the mainstay goalie for Jammy Circus. And most importantly, 0 games on Octavia, just slaved away on those goalies and ended up playing them to the level that he needed to get Jammy Circus into that 3rd seed position for playoffs. And also just a save savant with the most saves across the season, 2nd highest saves per 10 minutes, and also a huge orb enjoyer. So congratulations to you, Jammy, for taking home that most improved award, as you're very much deserving of it. Then the thing that we want to know, who were the best in each roles, who performed the most. All-Star Team 1. Congratulations to the 3 players who ended up being the best in their roles according to the league. It is Wood, Shen, and Pick Shots. 2 Hot Tofu members, and Shen coming through for Don't Ask. All 3 of them being very decisive in their field for points. Wood has 19 points on Jamie. Shen was the closest with 9 points on Il Puma, and then Pickshot sitting with 13 points on Lego Piece as well. Obviously, both of these teams ended up with an 8-2 record, so you can see it across the season that they were relevant and they were performing across the field as well. And just great showing from all of them. And as we did it yesterday as well, for the MVP vote, one of these is most likely to be the MVP for the season, but who could it be? Well, we'll see in just a second, because who else could it be other than Shen? Of course, congratulations for Shen to take the MVP and the best rookie title. It's just combined to the same thing, because he just won both of them. 5 points on best rookie and 7 points on the MVP voting. Congratulations. Even though you did say it to me before, you don't want Kai to be there. I'm sorry, bro. I don't make the rules. You play Kai the most, okay? So you ended up taking home that MVP voting for yourself. Obviously, Shen, who is that playmaking engine for Don't Ask, being active across the entire field, setting up goals for Kami, helping with the defense when it's needed, and just being so heavily involved in every single touch of the core. Very much deserving of taking home this award. For the competitors, you had second place for MVP was Wood with 5 votes, and after that it starts dropping off pretty harshly with a wide spread of people that were voted for, but Shen ended up being the one to take it home in the end. So congratulations to that award. And to wrap things up, obviously, new season, new league, a lot of new records had to have been created, because we're not breaking records. We're in a different league here. We're just creating them. So congratulations to our 7 Season 4 record holders. We have Kami with the most goals with 128. You had Shen with the most assists on 93. Jamie with the most saves on 2,039. Pickshot with the most KOs with 127. Lego Piece with the most damage for almost 800,000. Il Puma, the only 2-time record holder here with 1.4k shots and almost 5k redirects. And Kitty Bagel holding true to his name of the Orb Muncher, that back when he got to see the records in EUSL last season, coming back for the Orb title in USA, this time around the 780 Orbs. Most notably here, Pickshot, 127 KOs. Now, I want to say, right, we're talking in EUSL about Zoe's KO record and how it's really unbreakable. Pickshot still didn't break that, but it got really close. Zoe's on 128, Pickshot is on 127, so both of the leagues now basically sitting around the same level of KO records, which is astonishing to me. And again, excellent performance from Pickshot here as well, to be able to get all of these KOs for his team and perform like that. But overall, again, I love seeing a wide array of players being able to hold records, to make it more interesting for future seasons, to see who's going to be taking which ones. But congratulations to all 7 of you. You will now be written down in the USA history books as a record holder. And with that, the award ceremony is already done. I've gone over the time a little bit again, so we're gonna make sure to wrap it up here. Thank you very much for watching. We're gonna go into again a small little break to get everything ready for the first series of the day, which is Don't Ask against Bonk Atomic Punch. So give us just a few more minutes to get everything set up, and we'll be right back with you.
And hello. We are back. I am back. B-Flare's back, and we're all gonna watch EUSA. EUSA. What a great first season. I think amazing season. Let's be clear. And for our first game, we're gonna be watching Bonk Atomic Punch take on the #1 seed Don't Ask in our best of 3 today. We have Night Market, Clarion Test Chamber, and actually the IME Zap as our last map.
Yeah, that would be fun if it shows up. We're gonna need to see if like these two teams can slug it out for that long, for that hard. But we got, like you said, Bonk Atomic Punch, Don't Ask, to I would say dynamic teams. Who are you looking at for today?
Both teams are like pretty good at their own game. Especially gonna be looking at Bonk Atomic Punch. They are a team at full roster that, I mean, they placed first in their bracket when it came to qualifying for EUSA. So going to be a very W team to look at. And already we're on the draft. Night Market, our first map, Vector Special and Bulk Up as our 2 starting awakenings. Ask, banning away the Zubu, and Bonk Atomic Punch, of course, banning away the Rune as our first. And Juliet being picked up first. So
first pick Juliet.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. This Don't Ask team already picking up the Juliet. Kami Kiri is going to be very good, or at least going to be a person to look out for when it comes to this Juliet pick. Because of course, who wouldn't pick Juliet on Night Market?
Yeah, and plus, like you already got the bulk up right there. That's what I was like looking at. Like extra special bulk up is like a heck of a start, if you ask me. So I'm not surprised about that. Atlas, of course, yeah, it's same thing. I'm not too surprised. They are probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they could go for either. Probably like the extra special, just extra healing, extra boom. You don't have to die right now. Estelle because Estelle. Again, not surprised.
Alice Estelle coming out for this draft. It's going to be pretty obvious who is playing what. It's not like there are too many fundamental flaws when it comes to this backline. Now, Don't Ask on the block, going to be looking to see who they can pick up as their last 2 characters. Yeah, looking to Drek here. Drek Juliet, going to be a very scary pair. I mean, so if it is Drek on the midfield role, but still haven't seen their goalie pick yet. They have a lot to really choose from. I mean, they have the Asher. They have really any they have range. To be fair, you can also go Vice or Luna and I
was about to say, don't they have a? I was about to ask, don't they have a Luna in the back pocket if needs must? But yeah,
Arlax. I think he's still. I don't think he does. And okay, yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's just gonna be Drek goalie and then IME midfield. So
yeah, that
still
looks
a very
about
good
right.
pair, very insane pair.
Yeah. That's not something that I think, is gonna require a whole lot of, worry, so to speak. I'm not surprised. And there we go. I was wondering about X, because if I recall correctly, that's Lego.
Yeah, the
Lego. The Lego piece is shaped like an X.
Yes, definitely so. And we've already seen how great he can be in the EUSL scene, winning with card all the time. So hopefully this time around, this is kind of I mean, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure that the entire Bonk roster is basically it's basically like in VCT, right? They have the academy teams. This is like the card academy team, to be clear. So it's gonna be one of those games where we're gonna see whether or not this academy team basically can stand up against Don't Ask. But why bother asking? Let's get right into the game as we're getting ready to start. I mean, some very important things if we're just gonna keep yapping here. Yesterday we didn't catch it already. Great games coming out from the NA scene. Just to talk about it.
Yeah. Shout out real quick to NASL. They just wrapped up their big season 7. Shout out to Sud boys for taking it home. It was a fantastic series, a fantastic finale, and they really proved that nobody could stop the train. So shout outs to them for sure for just taking the ball and running with it all season.
Yes, that boy's coming out on top literally yesterday. It was just yesterday, but kind of thinking about the NAC now just a little bit. little bit scuffed because we're gonna head into season 8 just a little bit different now. But also yesterday, at least, we've also seen the wild cards, and I would assume so because I mean I'm pretty sure I casted this. It was the wild cards. And also the other team, the Blob Gap, I think. No, wait, is this the Blob Gap? Yeah, it is the Blob.
I'm pretty sure it was Blob Gap.
No, it's Wild Cards and Voss. I'm a Sean.
Oh,
It's Wild
okay,
Cards and Voss. I'm like.
Because I watched Blob Gap games yesterday, so I got confused too.
Yeah, those teams.
I like Blob Gap. I like Blob Gap. They're fun.
Yeah, both teams making it out of their winners and being able to play in the winners final come next week. Which, surprisingly, now we're in game. I think I've talked a little bit too much, but hey, we're already there.
It's all good. Yeah. So these folks are setting up real fast. I like the Juliet just because I like the Juliet colors. But we're about to get into it. We're about to see if Bonk Atomic Punch can maybe pull off a little bit of an upset. Topple Don't as seed number 1. Bonk Atomic Punch has all the skill in the world to do it, but Don't Ask has been on a tear. We're gonna see if that stops here, or if that keeps rolling on right now.
Yeah, W1 and 4 seed both coming into this, and already a kill being found. I mean, we're gonna see a lot of those coming out soon, especially if Kamikiri can find them. And no Puma just trying to just get in there and make sure nothing can possibly come out of this play, and already a good res already coming out, so very expected.
Yeah, that looks about right already. Having res coming out, that extra special coming in handy. That extra special is going to be a big difference maker in this game as we get the first goal. The Estel Il Puma gets the piercing shot through, knocks it in for the first goal of this match.
And already, very big thing. Let's look at the awakenings at least. Kamikiri and Lego Piece. And Il Puma actually going the bulk of all the other 3, taking up the extra special, asking for more or less of the same kind of things we've already been seeing. And already flip coming out. Already a bit of a flip side. No one really using their energy, and already 2 flips, getting both barriers respectively. And Lego Piece already feeding for that KR. We're going to see a lot more of those coming in. Even the heal from Yankate too, just ready for it as Il Puma puts it right back in with the piercing shot.
Yeah, just beautiful timing, beautiful just a focus on these early goals. And like I was saying earlier, that extra special coming in very handy just because, there's that immediate threat of X just being able to completely run a roughshod over your team. There's that immediate threat of, like, say, things like the Molten Bolt coming out, the Rose Warp interrupting you. It's gonna be a heck of a firefight. And they're gonna have to try and make good use of that. You can see, like, Flame Furry coming out already, trying to do something, pin Il Puma in place, not let them get those feeds that they have been getting, like that.
Yeah, Il Puma scoring all 3 goals of this first set. Il Puma, not uncharacteristic of the midfielder to pick up what the goalie has, well, not the goalie, but the brawler has already given you, and drawing the goalie towards the brawler. So Il Puma, the first pick, as rapid fire, has really a lot, but rapid fire is going to go down already.
Yeah, I'm not even remotely surprised. Heavy Impact goes again. I think that's just good for Drakkar, but also, you don't want X to get that, but at the same time, X can get recovery drone. I don't think they're going to be, too sad about that. Already, pretty much this Bonk team is unkillable. Don't bother with it. It's not happening. You need to go for core control and, speeding out and outplaying it, because the damage is too real already, I feel. Just because of the starting awakenings, that's already out of range.
Already good dash punch, earning both barriers for the side of Don't Ask, trying to breathe themselves a little bit of fresh air, but the Crystal Thorns already getting there. And also a bunch of attacks coming onto the bottom side. Shen taking a little bit low, and it's a little bit, I think I'm lagging, but Shen, again,
no, that's Shen.
That is Shen, actually. Having a little bit of a lag fest going on. You can't stop at the point because, of course, we're still bound to those rules where if the point is still in play, you gotta just play until it finishes. And already trying to just find something to to even out the playing field, but just can't seem to do so. The Atlas was even expended for that one, but Kamikiri coming up with Flip will go for the DP and has the Flip ready to go. Flame Flurry out and the kill. He found in the score as well.
Nice.
What a score! What a play!
Very nice on like the Flame Flurry and on like the Flip as well. Knocked one back into the net, but also didn't want to try and risk El Puma a little bit too much. They just knocked it up into the top corner instead of just trying to like blast it past him. You can see that that's been a decision that's made sometimes. And excuse me, as I'm trying to talk, just completely blown past is Kami. It just knocks it straight in. Well, knocks it off of a corner, I should say. Very nice hustle on that play. As soon as the barriers were open.
Yeah, the corner shot with dash getting there, and almost Arlax falling off the map, but saved by the Flip. But it's actually the other side. Yankate falling off the map now. 2v3. Lego Piece has Flip the X trying to control the top space as Ilpuma fights at the bottom, trying to find some counterplay opportunity. Flip comes out and Flip found. Flip and kill found actually. So now Kamikiri out of the game, and Shen coming up with his life in the hands of Lego Piece, trying to get a kill. Second barrier found, and Shen, any counterplay would be good, but they end up getting the core to the other side and prolonging the round.
Yeah, prolonging it for a while now as core briefly goes out to like center play. It's been pretty quick how the core has been moving. A lot of very fast reactions as we get in overtime, and things are only about to get faster. That core is going to be moving. There it starts. Red core is going everywhere. That core is blazing fast, but a lot of good like interceptions, trying to keep it around the midpoint. But it's Lego Piece who catches it during the X Maximus, slots it into the top corner to get another point on the board. First point for them for this set.
And regardless of where this set, whoever wins the set, you still have to take in mind the X scaling a lot harder than you might normally think, especially with the bulk up first pick, and then size as well. Size on X on this map is kind of one of those like woes that you have to deal with sometimes. And DP already coming out, res expended as well. These reses by Yankate have been pretty much on point. No matter if the person dies or not, you're still going to be able to get that res no matter what. And already a barrier falling on the other side, and just the defense from Arlax is still holding strong. Although he is the Drakkar against the X, it's a little bit easier for the that just a little bit of range to get there.
Nice.
On the other side, Yankate getting caught with his arms a little bit too wide for the most part, because now he's in a little bit of trouble. The Atlas against the Juliet, not feeding a little bit too much, and Shen with Flip waiting to strike for as well. Kamikiri just needs to sink it right in. Flip comes out looking for the pass, but is intercepted by Lego Piece.
No, beautiful pass play as the turret comes out. Core goes wide. Core goes flying for a little bit. Shen manages to get a hand on it, but Il Puma knocks it straight back into Lego Piece, who is maximized up. Flip comes out. Second one to follow up. They can't handle it. Punches it bottom corner for the tie-up for this set. Beautiful play, beautiful sequence from El Puma, from Lego Piece, from Bonk Atomic Punch in general. They have been on point with like these passes and like a lot of honestly solid defense, solid transitional play, I will say.
It almost found, but expended for the bearer itself, and now Yankate back with nothing behind him and no midfielder to help him either, as he finds a strike shot necessary to find the out clear, but the core ends up coming right back to Shen, and Kamikiri with the flip to the top side, and it's good. Bonk Atomic Punch will lose the second set to Don't Ask.
Yep, managed to get the tie up. Don't Ask. Off MVP is Shen. Has been making some very good plays, some very good interceptions, and obviously some very good goals right there. So they look like they are going to continue with that Spark build.
Spark Worker becomes Spark CEO now, as we are one away from the Spark Mayor on Shen. Only third spark left in the draft coming into this, and he already has two. He has two very important sparks. It doesn't even matter because he's been getting those. He's been fighting those IME DP. So even if it was the spark of strike, he would still be doing the same amount of damage. But now this time around, he'll be doing a lot more of that incoming damage with the with a lot of PD reductions. Yeah, and obviously that's already coming into play. Being able to be anywhere across the map with just a simple dash. And this time around, Lego Piece and Puma trying to fight this war on the top side, but Shen still completely controlling the core as well. He's really too fast. He has 505 move speed, but 505 move speed is kind of enough to get really anywhere, and even 840 when you cross the midfield line, plus pick up the speed gate too.
Yeah, that is a fast cat, and Shin knows it and is using it to perfection. Beautiful, like just Strike War wins, being able to push it out. Kamikiri moving up to the front. Arlax moving up a little bit as well to help try and support that goal area. Beautiful strike shot there. Keeps the goal up. Oh, geez. Kami just punches the daylights out of Yankat. Gets the pass, gets the flip, knocks it in. Il Puma cannot react. Beautiful goal there. You can tell that this draft really helped Don't Ask, and they are looking I would say a fair bit more in control than they already have been. They've been able to like do some work already with the core, but now it's very obvious, and Lego Piece clearly taking umbrage to that, saying, "Get this cat off of my porch."
Yeah, another KO found. Beautiful find from Kamikiri, resetting the recovery drone. And before, I mean, that KO looked pretty scuffed, but I think Yankata just walked a little bit too far back and ended up just walking right into his own goal, trying to evade the DP off of the secondary. But I guess the linger just ended up catching him on the corner, and a great passing sequence from Kamikiri and Shen. Kamikiri and Shen have been fighting these amazing passing plays with each other, and especially with Shen winning a lot of his strike wars against Il Puma, especially when it comes down to it. So that team, well, that double like strike war win plus Kamikiri being open at any time just makes it so much easier for Shen to get the core and move around, especially playing against the outplayers, against the Atlas as well. Atlas with the res too, a little bit, didn't really need it, but it was okay anyways because the health does help in the long run. I know Puma still has to flip. We'll burn it for the top side and we'll catch it as well in the rebound as Lego Piece looking to put an end to the rain that Don't Ask already has. The X Maximus completely knocks Arlax off guard.
Beautiful feed up to Lego Piece, just stood 10 toes down against Arlax, knocked it straight in. Very nice play there, and we are all tied up. 1 set, 1 point apiece.
Yeah, against Arlax, this Lego Piece matchup looks very good. Not just because of the character, but I think because just how Lego Piece plays this character. He's a very mobile person, and won't really stop in getting those angles. He also sets up his midfielder very well when coming into some moments, especially in the first set. But now this time around, even with the outclear as well, Lego Piece is there, and Kamikiri will have to burn the flip, try to get it, but he won't actually get it off in time. So now Yankate bringing a little bit of fresh air with still one barrier left to defend as Lego Piece always inching closer towards Arlax, just trying to play the range, and the core slowing down is not looking good for him. Yankase with flip, and Kamikiri ended up getting the second barrier too with the Flame Flurry as well. Yankase having to flip it out, and this offense from Don't Ask is still coming into fruition as well, because Kamikiri just doesn't need to move a single inch. He doesn't even need to walk back to the midfield line. So now Yankate is the one that needs to make a single mistake, and he does.
Yep, he does. Just a second too late. Alpha second too late on the expanse, does not manage to save the core. Instead, kind of like knocks it in. That was still absolutely Shen's goal. Just like beautiful on that part. And Yankade, unfortunately, was the one to kind of like make the mistake there and to end that whole rally, to end that whole sequence. But you can tell, I mean, Don't Ask. They ain't gonna ask about it. Lego, on the other hand, has some words. May not be questions, but they are certainly angry words. Beautiful double barrier by them as well. Gets the rebound off the first one, knocks it straight into the second one, and now Yankat's moving up, trying to support Il Puma and Lego Piece for a little bit as they try and take a few shots on goal. Shen does manage to clear it out for a little bit there, and trying to go on the offense. Again, like this combination of Shen and Kami So they need to see if they can get that second barrier down before any kind of like resurgence can come up. Shin's already looking a little bit low, so you know they're going to be hunting for that KO sooner rather than later.
Shen winning a lot of these interactions, but Yankate still on the pitch, just winning, just with Atlas abilities in general. I mean, Atlas players are very happy to see this. We hit overtime finally on this point, and second barrier will be found with a great strike from Kamikiri, looking to put it in, and he does dash. Beautiful dash combination to catch Yankate off guard, and of course that leaves Don't Ask with a 2-1 set advantage at least, and Kamikiri MVP. There is the third spark.
Third spark.
No, the third spark is here.
I don't think I don't think they can go for it. Like, there's no. Are you really gonna like try and sack it for Atlas? Like, Belt Different comes in. Okay, they go for it. They say no, we can't let you be mayor.
You have to deny the spark, and unfortunately, that Ad Rush. Wait, Ad Rush isn't going anywhere. Wait a minute. It's fine. I think they're too I think they're too worried about the Atlas res that they can't go for it, and actually pick up the hot shot is still a very good pick either way, getting at least some more not damage, but more core control abilities into this, and getting more abilities at least for the side of Don't Ask. And this time around, Shen actually trying to earn a lot of their keep. First barrier on the top side found, and Shen still doing a lot of damage here. He's been under fire constantly from Lego Piece, but still the damage isn't really too much to really confirm against, because now just with the dash and everything, with the confirm too, that ends the second barrier as well. And this X, if they want to win here, they could probably do it if they could just get the X to not scale properly, because he's basically in the scaling phase right now. He has Ad Rush now, but he hasn't been finding a lot of these kills. So Flip expended and will be striked away by Lego Piece, still trying to refresh her, but the kill found, and the flame forward to confirm it too.
Yeah, beautiful, like, consistent on there. I say beautiful a lot, but that's because Don't Ask have been playing very well. Like, Yankai gets pushed into the back of the net. I think that's for, like, the second, third time for this this series so far. And the worry there is that that may keep going. You can tell, like, the general strength levels have been building on the side of Don't Ask. However, Bonk Atomic Punch, beautiful flip, gets that second barrier done and dusted with. And Shin looking very, very low, nearly gets sniped out. There we go, Rose Warp to take the kill. However, in exchange, Kamakiri taking both of those barriers, so it might be a little bit moot, but not necessarily. Flip goes out. Arlax tries to clear it out. Rejected though. Yakata, it's still around the mid-size. Kamakiri with the one-on-one expects the clear back into him, flips for it, but gets nothing out of that. Trying it again, another one-on-one again. Yake gets put in the back of the net.
Yankate is getting caught off guard by, I think, just the impact abilities. That impact definitely getting to him there, and even catching the core as well. It means that immediately procs, and he will die for that one, losing his flip. And not in a good spot is Bonk Atomic Punch this time around. They're down onto match point, and Shen looking to take an end to this, put an end to this game already. One barrier gone, and Lego Piece even feeding for the kill, but he just can't seem to do so. There's nothing stopping him from finding the kill, and the Flame Flurry as well stops the flip too, completely rejecting the defense, and Shen still just needs to find an opening. Flip goes up, and we'll find the second barrier too. Now Kamikiri trying to find anything, trying to get into position, but the core ends up flying away at the last possible moment. Now on the other side, defense coming out from Arlax, getting it away, and Shen still on the offensive too, trying to put damage to Il Puma, and Il Puma will get the rock answer from the Drakar, and of course, Shen still on the offensive, having everything for the outclear, as literally all three members are in the goal box, and he still can't save it. Shen putting it in.
3v2 said no! The 2 win, Shin, Kamikiri, beautiful, beautiful offense. They just... With the consistent onslaught right there, Kabikiri was just like fiending for the pass. Shin was getting in the position and saying like, I got it. Do we got it? Do we got it? Do we got it? Just waiting for that one moment. And they finally got it and pushed it through. Just amazing sequence of events. That was a fun game to watch right there. I mean, let's take a look, see real fast at the stats. Nothing like super crazy off of the look of it, aside from maybe like Yankai desperately trying like the 67 saves, 62 saves, but really, that game was just more. What?
What was the number? What was the number? No, I'm too great right
Shush!
now. I'm too great right
I ain't doing that.
Oh,
I don't.
good.
You want me to play that here? But no, it was. It was a fun game, very exciting game. I would say a very fast-paced game, and that a lot was down to like the opening awakenings. I feel just having those extra specials on deck, and already having like that stagger scaling to kind of just boost things. Like just it was a fun one, and we're going to keep this train rolling.
Oh, I hate to be the breaker of bad news. Oh, not really a breaker of bad news, but Wakatami Punch on their night market pick, not really getting it. So this time around, Don't Ask to be playing on their map pick for game 2, the Clarion Test Chamber. Going to be a very, very tough game for Wakatami Punch to come back. They had a beautiful first set. Let's be clear, that first set for Bonk was actually one of the best they've had, but I think they lost a little bit of composure after the second set. For that, the snowball out of control, just a perfect play from Shen, and also getting 2 sparks as well. Having to deny the third kind of leaves them in a little bit of predicament coming into this. And of course, Clarion Test Chamber, our next map. What do you think's gonna happen? Do you think that? Do you think that they're gonna be banning out the Ivy this time around, and Shen will have to just go on to another character like Ahem Dekai, or maybe the Now?
I could actually see that happening genuinely. I could see. I'm gonna say I could see the Now making an appearance. Clarion Test Chamber can be a like stage, a map of highs and lows, let's call it. And if you're going to have like any sort of consistency, you've kind of I feel like being able to chase the core down is kind of paramount, just because of all the different ways the core can go off in like random directions, whether it's like the Atlas variant, or I don't know what it's called. I call it the Poison Swamp variant because I think of like for whatever reason I think of Dark Souls. So you got like all these variants with all these like weird angles and stuff like that can send the core off flying in whatever direction, and I feel like being able to chase or just tag the core from like a distance is important in order to keep a sustained offense. So you're going to want someone who can do that, and I do not expect Shen to keep that by me either. No, I'd be very surprised if they did.
Yeah, either the Julie. I mean, the Julie. Yeah, if the awakenings are good on the starting awakenings are good, like maybe getting like 1-2 on the draft, or maybe something else like bulk up. I mean, Juliet's still a very viable pick for Kamikiri, and Yankata just being caught off guard by just the impact on some of the abilities that he's been receiving on the defending end. Just a little bit too much to handle. He wasn't really. I mean, didn't really see an evade. I think he was just trying to just to dodge the abilities. And unfortunately, when you're in the
he was trying to have position.
Yeah. If you're in the goal box, you don't have any place to walk back to, then of course you'll die.
No, yeah.
That moment, and
so Juliet just picked him up, put him in the
draft.
back of the net. What do we got in the draft though? Yeah.
What a draft. Blue side, actually, Blanc, Wakatami Punch actually choosing the blue side this time around, wanting to just get a pick and a ban first off, waiting for both teams to get in here on a Clarion Test Chamber. And for starting awakenings, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, I'll say that.
Oh boy. Fire up. And actually, it's not even just like fire up. Peak performance is nothing to sneeze at either. So these are definitely some interesting awakenings. Fire up has been a notably, shall we say, infamous awakening, like for pretty much its existence. So seeing that up just kind of like off the rip, that speed is not going to be trifled with.
Yeah, and with the Atlas being banned away from Bakasari Punch, not wanting to deal, well, not really wanting to play against the Atlas of Marlax coming into this. Yeah, Fire Up and Peak Performance, two kind of not really kill awakenings. They're more of just quality of life changes for the characters. I mean, I think everyone, Fire Up, very, very great, very great, just awakening for the change. Ricard being picked up once again for Bakasari for their first pick, but Fire Up, I kind of expect everyone to take Fire Up here. Fire Up is just so broken when you get to when you just flip away, and then all you gotta do is just run at them, and with the speed, it becomes so much harder for the goalie to just clear it out no matter where. And with that, it allows the offense to really get into control. But not everyone needs to take it. I wouldn't be surprised if like 1 or 2 people decide to take up the peak just for the speed.
Yeah,
And the Rasmus coming out onto their side for Don't Ask here, going to be for Kami Kiri.
I believe that. If the X gets picked again, I could see them taking. I could see them taking peak performance. I could kind of see Rasmus taking it if they really wanted to too. So I mean, like I said. Oh, hey, Octi! Yay!
Octavia pick.
Speed.
Interesting.
Yep, Octavia
pick here. Octavia still works pretty well into this. Peak performance, allowing them to have a little bit more stagger if they execute for the kill. Yeah, Shed Octavia going to be a very, very nice addition to this offense, especially how he is playing this offense. I mean, especially on the IME too. I mean, without the speed and having a blink instead, he's been able to get to positions very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And with this,
a lot of good positioning, a lot of good chase downs.
And with the speed, it's going to be a lot better for him to get onto these just get into these corners a little bit better, and then trying to deny these corners is Juliet here. The big thing, I mean, with just a Rasmus Octavia offense is that you're gonna have to kind of rely on the Octavia to give you those try to give you those rotations correctly, and with the Juliet, rotations become a little bit more harder. I wouldn't say it's too hard, but with the Kai now, it could be a little bit different. Whichever one, Drakkar or Kai as your midfield option, it becomes a lot harder for any team to really get the core out of the corner, and if they're pushing it into the out clear, then, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
Okay, from the looks of this, like, Don't Ask are going all with a Mako pick to round it out. Don't Ask are going all in on speed. If it seems like they're just like they cannot hit us if they cannot catch us, you know. Meanwhile, you do have like Drakkar as well as the Juliet there that are making. I think those two. It seems like. Tell me if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I'm wrong. It seems like Drakkar, Juliet, going to be like your fielders. Meanwhile, Kai is going to be in the net. Or am I tripping hard?
It could go either way because I mean Ilpuma plays. I mean Ilpuma also plays the Kai. I'm pretty sure. So
yeah.
It could really go either way. Yeah. But speaking of the Mako pick, at least, I mean, we've seen Mako. I think this is the 12th time we've seen Mako picked up, and with I think what was it, 63% win rate on Mako, it's going to be a lot. We're going to see if this 63% win rate does hold true, and according to the stats, also Julia with 65% win rate. So I mean, it does add from the last game. I think it was 21 games now, and we're at 65. I think higher now, maybe like 68. I don't know. I wanted to really say the number, but I didn't want to because it was going to be too funny, and I would be laughing on stream. But it's okay.
I would somehow manage to stretch my hand through the screen and punch you.
Yeah, it's okay. And we're already in draft.
I wouldn't actually punch you. Yeah, we're in draft. I wouldn't actually punch you. You're too chill. So anyway, we got it. We about to get it started here. We, like I was saying earlier, Don't Ask. I would not be surprised if like just the entire goal is we just outspeed you. We just outrun you. We just outposition you. Like that Kai is going to Yeah, if the Kai's not the goalie, so like the Kai's going to have some words to say about that, and certainly like if Juliet catches you out of position, she is going to press. She is either going to press you up against the sideboards, or she is going to put you in the back of the net, just like she did just like on the other side did it last time. But we're about to see how it ends up going out. You got Lego piece on the Juliet already. Shen started with the flow state, already gets like one barrier down as they are feeding around like the midfield as this one gets started. And you can see that Yankat has the fire up, Il Puma and Lego Piece both with the peak performance. I'm not surprised about that. Arlax being the only one on the other team with the fire up as well. The other two, like we kind of mentioned, getting that stagger, getting a little bit of extra, a little extra health, a little bit of extra survivability against those, offensive powerhouses that in like Juliet and Lego Piece in particular.
Yeah, especially with this with Shen picking up the Octavia. This pick's gonna be a little bit hard to control, especially against the Kai, because for the most part you have to pop Flossy at the right time. While I feel like for Kai, you don't really. It's good to pop it when you know you have an offense going, and you're also allowed to maintain it. But you don't have to you don't have to essentially need to touch the core to get there. So if you're going to be core chasing, which a lot of people do on Octavia, it becomes a lot messier, especially when you're playing against a Julie too. Because if you're playing against that Julie, you're gonna find one of those moments where you have the dash and you're able to put it to the bottom corner like Lego Piece did right there.
Yeah, just a nice shot there, and Shen just was not able to, react, hit it back. So here we go. Next map, the stealth map, the wannabe Drakkar map, if you ask me. And they do get one barrier already. Don't ask. Flips are already coming out. There goes one. Il Puma. From there, Yankat quite nearly saved that. Couldn't save that when that barrier goes down. Open goal on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. And there you go. Lego puts Shen into the wall. Power play for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch.
Bonk Atomic Punch. Not really getting a conversion off, but they do expend the flip of Arlax. Getting back into the play. Shen looking to pair up with Arlax for this defense. Will pop the Octio to push the core forwards, and Kami Kiri in a great spot will force the flip from Yankate too, as Lego Piece still ready to catch the core, but Arlax still with a great defense, putting it away. Kami Kiri left in the 1v1 will find the strikes necessary, but Yankate just defensive with simple, with just a simple shotgun blast. This Drakkar character, very, very good in the defense right now, especially I think in EUSL as well. This Drakkar pick has been picked up a lot, especially because of how consistent he is at defending it, because how consistent his abilities do work. And sometimes some of the characters, Ahem, Asher, and Dubu, sometimes it doesn't work out. And of course that not really working out either, but Shen was able to be cleared away despite the Octi pushing it right back into where Lego Piece can strike it now. Open barrier side for both possessions, like Kami Kiri trying to find an opening onto Shankati. Hook comes out, and whoa, it doesn't even matter. The hook doesn't even need to be needed, because even though the hook's Lego Piece, Shen still gets the core back to Kami, and there we go, an even up of score.
Yeah, that one felt like that one took a minute, and there were a couple of miscues, couple of missed communications there on the side of Don't Ask, but they did manage to clean it up, get those barriers down, and get that goal there. So very nice on their part to kind of clean up that act there as we get into I don't know, I forget what this was called, just the one with the weird center thing, trying to get that big size, and Lego gets it. Not really a person you want to see get that kind of size, and you don't really want anybody to get that size, but in particular this character. They do get a barrier out of the deal, as Don't Ask having to go on defense for a little bit. They do manage to clear it out, so let's see if they can transition to offense any successfully.
Mako Cage keeping the course still, and the flip will be burnt by Kami Kiri as well. Alex is forced to use his too to make sure he doesn't get DP'd off the map, but Shen cleans it up with the ult, and there's that second barrier as well. Yankati in a little bit of a difficult spot. Shen still having all the speed, but it will get knocked off, and Puma picks up the arrow orb again. So this time around, Puma going to control the middle space, while Yankati 1v1's Kami Kiri in the middle zone. Giga Blast comes out, the core goes red, and Shen comes back online as well, as Don't Ask trying to find some life, because they already have one going for them.
their second barrier falls. The core is still on the side of Don't Ask because the flip has to come out, and the core will go all the way back to Arlax too. There's just no containing this core for this Don't Ask team, and Buckets on just kind of have to take the reels of that because there's no way they're getting any strikes, and Kami-Kyrie perfectly with the secondary of the Rasmus, putting it in where Opuma unfortunately just doesn't strike it.
Yeah, Opuma does not manage to catch that one, and that one I felt like was just very hard fought as we get into the Atlas variant there, and it's just a very, very rough road for them. Like the core was just hard for them to control. Meanwhile, double barrier for Lego, trying to pay that one back, but no sale. It is Bonk Atomic Punch that are on the hunt. Yankade almost like moving up to the midfield, however, trying to feed that to Lego. Can't quite get it to them, can't quite clear it out to them just yet. Trying to fight over it, trying to get that positioning. El Puma comes up, nearly takes a shot on goal, does not get it. Flip comes out from Arlax. They do get a barrier in the exchange for their troubles. Kami-Kyrie and Shen trying to collapse on that second barrier. They do manage to get that one. Flow state still up for Shen. So is the beat drop, trying to clear people out, trying to get that feed going on, but no, Lego is there. Arlax has to clear it out to the bottom area. There goes the dash punch, like dash combination, basically stuns Arlax enough for Lego to punch it in. Nice sequence there.
This Bonk Atomic Punch team coming alive just a little bit longer as they do end up saving both barriers in this interaction as we're on the Obscura variant now. Lego Piece putting on the brakes, trying to earn their set win and try to scale out of control. And there's Octavia really long for this well, a little bit less in terms of the stagger. And of course, Strike Force just needs to be won. This Mako is still, I mean, the Mako matchup into Juliet's a little bit rough considering just how much size she has. I mean, even running the strike shot too, there's just a lot of range that kind of counters Juliet's pick. But once she gets into that zone, once she be able to flip it out, she's able to get into that position where she can kind of just strike for the Mako. But the Mako having a lot of these awakenings, these abilities are still going to be very, very tough for him to get through. Jakar catches Shen, and he has to stay out of the play for just a little bit.
Yeah, for a little bit. Meanwhile, but that's still like a very big threat. Meanwhile, flip to save the barrier, counter flip as well. Finally, that offense pays some dividends as that second barrier for Don't Ask falls. It is open goal now on the side of Don't Ask. Bonk Atomic Punch trying to do their best to collapse on it. Shen still not really doing too great in the health department, at least for a little bit. That poison is ruining their life, but they are still trying to stay into it. They're still trying to keep that core up, trying to keep the offense alive. It is rough going, but they do actually manage to get the second barrier. Does Kami-Kyrie. Flame Flurry comes out, trying to push it forward. Does not want them to basically turn this point around. They've had some pretty good control over it, have Bonk Atomic Punch, but now both goals are open, so there's just that little bit more extra drive that's coming from Don't Ask. Meanwhile, Il Puma looking very low, so is Lego Piece. Lego Piece does manage to steal the orb there, and meanwhile, Kami-Kyrie tries to snatch the core. No sale on that one, however. It is taken to Lego Piece. Arlax barely manages to save it while Lego Piece is staggered. Very, very dangerous situation for Lego Piece. Meanwhile, beat drop comes out. Primary does not manage to hit for Kami-Kyrie. Il Puma, very, very dangerous situation.
Oh.
Beautiful feed, beautiful timing to Lego Piece. Punches it clear through Arlax. That core got ripped straight through their body for the set win.
Yeah, the dash stunning away Arlax and is not able to react to it, not knowing the CDs. And of course, the Spark, still a very big player. The Kai's actually going to be taking the team player, or the Spark here. Yeah, the Spark going away, not letting the Octa scale, but still, team player on the board will be denied away from Yankadze. Yankadze with a lot of choices, a lot of options here, really.
Yeah.
This character just trying to hold out the 1-2 punch for the Julia, which she does pick up. So now, all they really need is just to take BD. A little different going to be. I think everyone got what they want in this draft, so it's not too much of a hassle for everyone. No dashes for the Kai, but they still end up picking up Spark in the end. So now the Spark going to be helping just a little bit in terms of this offense. Evaded away is Shen, but the double barrier coming in on the bouncy map going to be a huge difference maker, because Shen is still very, very fast into this. He will lose a flow state, but he's still controlling the offense by himself. great defense from Yankate,
Yeah,
but
just-
Shen still be able to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, like fair defense from Yankate, just not able to survive that particular onslaught. But that was one of those goals that, you know, you get. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you get like just double barrier. Someone's just like slightly out of position, and that's all it takes for like the dam to break on that one. Meanwhile, Core barely taps the edges of both top barriers to get them taken. Shen does manage to flip, get the second one. They try to push it through while the gates are still opening. Slightly off time there, however. So, unfortunately for them, like, point goes on. Kamakiri looking low, as is Shen, but they are still trying to make this happen. And they do! Kamakiri with the stun on Yankate to let the core kind of stroll on in for that quick second point.
Yeah, and of course, the speed in general. A lot of these awakenings are just putting Puma on the brakes now, having to stay away. Good strike for Shen, getting that second barrier too. As this time around, Kamakiri picks up the center orb, and we'll have a lot of that size. That Razz is very, very impressive into this, and we'll get the evade out as well. Puma back online, but would it be enough before they're able to get through? And Kamakiri with the mix-up too, beautiful hook to put it right into the position where Yankate just can't strike it. And this is the same thing we saw last time. A very, very close set in the first round, and then second is just a complete blowout.
Ran it away. Yeah, just the shake and bake real fast. Said, which way am I going? Watch your feet. Yankate not able to handle it, but meanwhile, it is Shen that gets MVP, and they do take Hot Shot. That's going to be fun, considering they already have team player. That core is going to be flying. It is going to be feeling those beats. Meanwhile, you have the Rasmus getting the explosive entrance, spark of strength, like that spark, you know, like just quickly getting denied there by Arlax, Il Puma, taking Among Titans. Yankate with the heavy impact though, and Lego Piece with the ad rush. That's going to be those are ones that I am also concerned about as we get into like this third set here.
Yeah, and this ad rush is going to be a little bit oppressive coming in. I mean, I don't think I've seen Lego Piece get a single kill since the first round. Obviously, that kill is going to merely kind of bite them a little bit because they need to find these KOs now as their win con, and with the speed onto Shen, it's going to be a hard tub of firing, but they already get the core control down. Core control, the DP coming online. Octio on the defensive side. They do clear it out, and Lego Piece has a chance to put it right in. No flip found. Flip actually burns, and it is quickly bitten away by Shen. So now, no flip for this offensive KO trying to be found, but Shen actually still lives here. So now, a lot of abilities were dumped to the KO, and they just can't find it, and now Shen is living the life he wants to live, and the Kamakiri just needs to put it right in. Shark Force just can't be won. Yankate still holding out on the defense as Lego Piece looking to put it right in to where home belongs to them. Arlax still in the defense. Oh, Puma a little bit low, a little bit worse for wear as Shen pops the flow state and won't be able to retain it though. Defense still coming out overtime on the cards. And of course, Kamakiri trying to catch Yankate just can't seem to be found. Both teams are just fighting this war of attrition on the offense, and both goalies are actually holding out perfectly fine. The trade-off, even from both goalies, and Kamakiri just trying to sink it right in with the primary as Lego P tries to DP. And of course, Arlax back with the core control, trying to shed, but the Giga Blast gets it done. Beautiful Giga Blast from No Puma to send it down to where he can't reach it.
Got that Max Giga Blast on the deck. Beautiful redirect. Arlax had nothing left in the tank for it, and after a long and hard fight, it is Bonk Atomic Punch that takes first for this set. Meanwhile, second point already coming out there. Shen and Kamakiri with a quick breakaway. Flip goes out, gets stuffed a little bit by the barrage, and they do take advantage of that. One barrier down apiece for both teams. Arlax trying to feed it out, trying to get it out of their position. Lego Piece takes the barrier, and it is open goal for Don't Ask. Flip comes out, taken, intercepted, and trying to push towards Don't Ask goal. That flip came out, nothing for it. Meanwhile, we are settling down around to the center point for a moment. Barely goes in. Lego puts them into the back of the net. Goodbye, Arlax. It is up to Shen. Shen cannot handle it. Lego Piece with the flurry kicks it through. Beautiful second point for this set. We are going to the third. Let's see if Bonk Atomic Punch can take this lead. I kind of hope not, because I really like Octavia's music, but Octavia gets put onto the glass. Take a seat, young lady.
Dash coming in, and we're seeing the energy and the economy too. Flip comes out as well as an angle trying to be found. Is Yankati the one pushing up on the defensive side? Shen back online, has to burn the Oxio to push the core forward, and the core ends up getting through as they try to maintain the flow state. The Lego piece trying to put an end to it. The primary used to reset, but the reset not found on the other side. No strikes found, and Yankate the one left to defend against Kamikiri. One bear on the top side found as Kamikiri still maintains core possession, trying to find any sort of giving for themselves in this third set. Third set still coming in, and Puma still giving the core to Lego piece, but the KO won't be found again in the ult to try to deny the KO, trying to get payback for what they did last time. But still, Arlax in a bad spot. Still has Flip ready to go. He's been holding fine on the defense so far against Lego piece, as Lego piece with the Flame Flurry tries to find an opening. They just can't seem to do so because the defense is still holding strong for Arlax. The core control from Shen is still holding on as they enter the top side offense. Kamikiri unable to get the core because of the overtime speed, and back to the drawing board is the offense, but Lego piece still trying to draw out the pieces. Can't seem to find the goal, and second barrier from the other side will be taking Yankati in a little bad spot. Arlax still holding on to Flip as well as Kamikiri trying to set up something with Shen, but this can't seem to do so. The core ends up going the other way. The dash comes in, and Yankati just can't strike it away once again.
Took defeat from the jaws of victory. Did that one. Don't ask. Fought for their lives, and they did manage to get just a brief stay of execution. This is their chance. Try and make a bit of a comeback here. They barely got out of that one, but get out of it they did, and they want to take full advantage of the life that has been given to them. First barrier goes out. Il Puma trying to back pass, kind of avoid the flow state, trying to avoid the beat drop there, and Shen is trying to catch that core. Kamikiri helps it float up to the top. Il Puma trying to catch it. Beautiful Giga Blast to get that first barrier, and they trying to take advantage. Lego puts them again onto the boards. Shen has to take a seat. Flame Flurry goes out, gets that second barrier. Flip goes out, rejected. Beautiful defense by Arlax and Kamikiri, but it only lasts for so long. Lego piece, Yankate with the duo attempt just knocks it past both defenders, and it is Lego piece as MVP as we set into this fourth set.
Catalyst probably going to be taken here from Lego piece. You don't want the goalie to get Catalyst and Fire Up, and there we go. I mean, Catalyst on a brawler is still very, very strong, and the glass cannon for Il Puma still soon to follow. No Foff take though. Foff is actually going to go down all the way to the Octi. Going to be a little bit scary. Yeah, Octi going to have a little bit of life to breathe now. Having Foff going to be a lot harder to get the core out of the Octi's hands if they know how to just play it correctly with the flow state. So a little bit scary now, but I think everyone got what they wanted in the Octi. Going to be feeling a little bit of that real, especially with the ult earning that first barrier for Lego piece, and Shen's just taking a lot of damage here. We'll get the orb here and we'll retain their stacks. Yeah, the one thing you want to not look out for is Shen retaining all of the flow state energy that they have gathered up so far, and of course Shen back on the defense with Arlax. Wanting to get it though, the core ends up sliding away just in time. Kamikiri going to be taken off by the Giga Blast. That Giga Blast doing a lot of damage already and having to evade that as well. These KOs have been tried and valiantly fought for, but the other team just seems to be able to just evade it just as quickly as they once were before. Hook comes out, earns second barrier for Yankati, and able to strike it away as now Kamikiri back in the driver's seat, trying to get the core out of the bottom Xeno. And the Giga Blast, not even the Giga Blast, the barrage from the Kai taking it away. And Il Puma's been doing such a good job finding these angles and putting it right into where the other side can't reach, and the core going red now in overtime, going to prove a little bit more difficult for the other team. Giga Blast comes out, Flip as well, trapped in the Mako cage as we reset the play in terms of stagger and the energy economy coming into this. Yankati still will flip with Shen. Shen flips it away, but so does Yankati with a great catch. And now the core going back around. Yankati finding all the clears necessary to keep the core away from Shem, and Lego Piece trying to replicate that offensive prodigy we once saw in EUSL, trying to get something done, but still the Mako and the Octavia are just so strong in the core control department. There's just no way for Lego Piece to even touch the core.
Beautiful. They kept that core like a mile away from Lego Piece half the time. A few times that they did manage to touch it, managed to get rejected, but it's Kamakuri with the redirects. Just that whip is a dangerous, dangerous thing. And they did manage to get that core into the net with some very spirited defense. Meanwhile, Bonk Atomic Punch trying to hit the Jets on this one. Both barriers for Don't Ask already down. Flip to save their last one, and they are wanting to end this. Look at how far I was about to say, look at how far that cage is going, but look at Lego Piece again. Once again, put someone onto the boards and make sure that they take immediate advantage, tying it up. 1-all, set possible 3 for Bonk Atomic Punch. So they really do want this one to end fast. They don't want to play another set. They just want the 2 more points and just get to the next one.
They still have a hard-fought game to go after. Shen taking a lot of damage in the poison. Going to be a little bit worse for where Gigablast trying to catch Arlax off guard. He will actually get flipped from these interactions, and Lego Piece trying to push it in, not being able to do so, but will actually earn Flip in the process. So now he has one more offensive ability ready to go. Flip comes out looking for the bottom side, will be defended by Arlax as Opuma pushes it in with the barrage, and now we're on match point for Bonk Atomic Punch. And in the regular season as well, this matchup has been very close. Bonk Atomic Punch beating out Don't Ask 2-0 in week 1. And then the following matchup earlier, Bonk Atomic Punch losing out 1-2. So this has been a very, very heated rivalry coming into this game. First barrier already taken on the Expanse side. So now Lego Piece and Yankate just need to control this top position. Bottom side given up. Shen having the flow stay active, won't be able to refresh it. Kamakuri with a great strike, setting Yankate up with the flip. And the second barrier taken as well. This team is fighting tooth and nail for the 0.5, and of course the core on their side with the Expense as well, not really looking too good for them. The speed finally simmering down, but the flow state still very much active and re-popped. Lego Piece looking to try to find a KO. Flip comes out. Second barrier found as well. The core going red. Not even overtime yet, as we're about to come to a close. Arlax cleared away from Lego Piece, and Shen trying to push it into the net. Puma still looking for an advantage here. Has the barrage, has the flip ready to go. Sends it right back to Kamakuri, who ends up deflecting it away. This Rasmus is doing so well, keeping the core away from the Kai and letting no core control happen. Expanse pop once again, and Shen looking to put an end to this with the team player proxy. No Puma sending to Lego Piece. He basically has flip coming to just a couple more strikes would do. He gets the flip now, and Shen with the ult trying to push Lego Piece away. Puma back on the offense with Lego Piece trying to find an opening here, but the defense still holding strong for the members of Don't Ask, going core all the way around. The core just seems to find its mark, and the KO found soon. Now power play for Puma, but he ends up winning it with the barrage itself. So now we're tied up one game apiece.
What a way to end it. Just Arlax out of abilities, out of anything, just had to watch it go in, had to just see it die. And Bonk Atomic Punch does manage to tie it up. This one has been a bit of a slugfest in more ways than one. It's not necessarily like in the KOs, even though Lego has been kind of going off, putting people against the glass, squishing people into the boards. But you can tell just by how they're moving, just by how these abilities are coming out. More than once you've had, well, more than several times really, you've had an ability come out from either side that was just very much like a reaction, an attempt at reaction check, and it just whiffed because this game is very cerebral, trying to psych out people, getting them to waste their abilities, and try and get yourself a better opportunity, a better shot on goal, especially between these two, because like you said, they know each other, and there's some heat there. So it's something that both teams have definitely kept in mind, how the other team plays and how they can kind of get past those issues. And this one's tied up, so you know they're going to be going into this last one with everything they have. This one, I believe, we said it was going to be Aimee's app.
Yeah, the Aimee's app, very, very W map. Only has been played 3 times, so this is kind of a open matchup for both sides, and especially with the shots taken from both teams. I mean, Shen was 62, Kami Kiryu with 86, Uku was 71, and of course, I'm not going to say the numbers for Lego Piece, but still the amount of shots that they're taking each is going to be very, very like they're taking very, very open shots, and some of these shots aren't going through, but still the shot attempts are what matters in the most, because the more team with the more time to get open and put it in is going to be the one that kind of wins it and is able to convert. And so far, the conversions from both sides could be very well. And on this Aimee's app, Orb Dancer and Stinger as our 2 stars, it's going to be a very, very scary game, especially with Juliet kind of winning a lot of these interactions. Juliet winning both times around. Maybe the Juliet will be banned this time around, but we'll see as we head into draft.
Yeah, it's going to be a curious draft to see how this ends up. Like, Lego Piece definitely been doing a lot of good work in the brawling position. Il Puma doing their best when it comes to things just like direction and stuff, like being in position, I should say. But on the other hand, you also have like Shen, Kamikiri just making onslaughts. Like, both of these teams are really, really they have their own methods of like aggression, but they can shift to defense if necessary. And I know that sounds like simple, that sounds basic, but it's harder to do than it might be like first blush. So I just absolute props to both these teams, and it's going to be interesting to see how this ends up on Aimee's app, which can be a bit, which is, you know, like, again, he said it's rare and it's also a bit notorious.
Yeah, Juliet will be banned away. There will be no Juliet tomboy this time around, and even the track might be taken away by Bonk being banned out. I mean, honestly, Juliet and Jakar are the only really 2 characters you have to look out for, especially with the Rasmus nerfs on the ult. It becomes a little bit harder for really any knockback KOs to be found, especially with this start. So even though the KOs might be huge and they actually might be taking Rasmus off of this, it's still going to be interesting. Actually, Bonk's Punch actually securing one of the 2 picks with a great Centauro ban coming out, knowing that either they get the Rasmus or they will end up getting the Jakar here, and now it's on Ask. Great play from Bonk. In the drafting stage, Jakar being taken up, and Rasmus will be grabbed from the other side most likely. Maybe on the goalie role, especially since, of course, you might want to take the X for this interaction against the Jakar, but we'll have to see. Bonk's Punch making their selection. What will they pick here?
I am very curious because, honestly, I had expected the Centauro to make an appearance, but banned that one away. So, I mean, okay, the Atlas, I guess that's fair. I would also not be horribly surprised to actually see the X again, I feel.
Well, Atlas being taken up here, I think they're deciding whether or not they want to play the Rasmus, because, of course, the Rasmus isn't taken here. That means that Shen, well, not Shen, but Kami Kiryu will be grabbing that Rasmus for free, and, of course, with the way he's been playing it, it's going to be nice. And he still actually gets picking up, so the Rasmus could potentially be taken here. Maybe they're actually overvaluing this pick and won't actually take the Rasmus, though, but this is a little bit free. For Don't Ask if they actually end up grabbing the Raz here. This Raz is going to be interesting. Raz pick will be made. They're still waiting on the clock. I don't think they want to pick it here, but I think they're going to inevitably have to. Yeah, the Raz was picked up for Don't Ask. It's going to be
there you go.
Going to be a very, very uphill game for Bonk Atomic Punch if they want to kind of get this over with.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised with that one. Question is, who are going to like round these out? I mean, thinking about Orb Dancer and Stinger, I guess it sounds simple, but like the question is, who would do well with both of these? I can think of several people. And there's the X.
The X on Iami Zap coming into this last, I mean, he can really catch anyone off guard as long as he's playing it right. And the Asher, actually, it's gonna. It might be the Rasmus goalie here, and it's just Jakar X in the sides, actually kind of taking away Lego Piece's main picks for the moment, actually shuffling Jakar to the midfield line. So now this is a very, very scary team comp for Don't Ask. You kind of have anyone that can really catch you off guard. Rasmus with the hook, Jakar with the kind of the pistol whip, and then X being able to just X Maximus you anytime if you're too close to the edge. On the other side, though, Atlas, Estelle, and Asher going to be placing themselves up for high hopes. Asher going to be a huge pick for Bonk Atomic Punch, especially against this Rasmus goalie. I feel like if Asher can just get into the pocket against Erasmus, there really is no saving that goal or that goal barrier from being taken, and then eventually the goal coming out as well. So Atomic Punch going to be in most people's eyes kind of down in this draft, but we'll have to see how their game plan lines up with their picks.
We are going to have to see, but weird vocal thing happened. But I am mostly curious to see what may happen. Just IME's app can be like very volatile. Is a thing. So, and especially like with something like Stinger available, as well as Orb Dancer. Honestly, I am curious basically to see how cautious both teams may be, or if they maybe decide to go like the complete other way. We've got a lot of dangerous potential here, a lot of people who are going to have to step very lightly and very carefully around like that center point. So I'm curious to see how this one plays out. I feel like some passes that, like you would normally maybe take the risk on, they're just not going to be able to happen here, or alternately just some plays, some attempted like offenses just would be inviable. So that's my thing. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I think this draft is a little bit weird, not because of how we've gotten just the Rasmus and the Drac, the Rasmus and the Drac on the same team, but also the X into the Atlas. A little bit interesting, I feel like, because knowing that this is Shen and Rasmus, so against the Atlas of Yankate, we might see more of that same thing that happened earlier with like, I get hit and then I die, but I'm gonna see if Yankate can actually turn the tides around this time around, because Kami Kiri on the X it's gonna be difficult for this X to really get anything done, especially even in the slow corners. You're gonna have to get a very aggressive when it comes to playing this Yankate Atlas, and already starting up. Like, even look at the starting awakenings. Mostly everyone taking this, and I might have bought my own words there. Kamikuri even getting a very quick one barrier off.
Yeah, I personally feel like X in general can have a ball here if it's played right, and there is the first goal already. Kamikuri just kind of like punching it through pretty much all three members, more or less.
Yeah, this punch, very, very strong for side of Don't Ask, trying to replicate Bakatomi Punch's name. Even the Atlas Res expended, and rescued is Lego Piece, getting able to res themselves a little bit more, and the orb being taken by Kamikuri, denying the orb away from Yankate. I mean, this team looking very strong in the early points, even the barrier taken as well. I might have been mistaken, because this Kamikuri person still doing very, very well when it comes to playing against this Atlas, no matter the matchup. I know Puma taking a lot of this damage will be staggered away, and will pick up the orb. And advance by Kamikuri with the flip, has to win Strike Force 1 and 2, and that KO is definitely not going to help this defense, because Yankate is unable to defend those.
Yeah, Don't Ask. Trying to put this one away real quick. Kamikuri already looking like a major threat. Not anyone to be like trifled with. Barrier goes down again thanks to Shin quick whip. Kamikuri trying to get into position, trying to threaten the goal, but all three members of Bonk Atomic Punch move up, try and get that core. out of there. They do manage to get the goal barrier, and they are trying to get an offense going against Shen at the very least. Meanwhile, El Puma not looking very good either, but they did manage to try and like keep the offense going. Nice little bounce off the center well there by Lego Piece. Doesn't manage to get anything that shot on goal though. Kamakiri again kind of like feeding in the back there, waiting for like a good pass, good opportunity, as all three members of Bonk Atomic Punch kind of have to retreat. Flip goes out to kind of like reject that one. Flip goes out again, by Arlax in order to try and like clear things out. Meanwhile, Il Puma and Lego Piece both again trying to position themselves for a shot on goal as overtime comes through.
At this point, a little bit longer, but beautiful angle from Kamakiri, sinks it right into the bottom corner, and mistaken not, don't ask, are looking to bring this to an end. Arlax MVP at the set. What will he get here? Has the hot shot, the 1-2 punch, and he will be. I mean, with the Atlas at the second, with the Atlas in second, in draft rotation, you kind of just have to take this hot shot. There's no way around it. Even though they get extra special here, or even the team player, it's more valuable to deny this hot shot. And extra special going down to the Rasmus, a little bit of it's a very, very hard draft if you're going to be in the shoes of Yankate.
No, yeah, it's a bit of a rough draft, a bit of an interesting one where, I don't know, I'm looking at these and I don't think anybody got anything, you know, useless or anything like that. But so I think it was overall solid for the most part as we get into like this next point here.
Yeah, and already, I don't think I've seen Max take away, and the res just doesn't come out as well. And timing on the res is not worth it, and Lego Piece having to back away, grabbing the orb, trying to grab the speed as well as Kamakiri ends up putting it right back into Yankate's goal box after the clear. So this team, yeah, like it looks very, very bad on paper, but especially, well, it looks bad on paper for the enemy team because right now Shen and Kamakiri are just kind of cooking it up on this offense. Hook doesn't get anywhere, but still, the way that Kamakiri's been playing this has been very, very nice, especially with how he's maintaining things in the Asher, earning the first barrier for their team, looking to try to end the droughts of their non-scoring streak. Oh no!
Yo. And just as you say that, somebody gets deleted. Shen not looking very healthy, but neither is Lego Piece. But it is still don't ask that are on the. I was about to say that have the man advantage, but not anymore. Power play switches sides to Bonk Atomic Punch and Il Puma there to finish off that point to tie things up. Need to see if Bonk Atomic Punch can kind of like shake back, get themselves into like an advantageous position in terms of like points, in terms of positioning. It's been a bit rough for them because there's been a lot of like abilities that throw their way that's just been rough for them to deal with, but they are trying to do their best, trying to get Lego into position, try and kind of like bully the core through. That's just that it's proving difficult though, but they seem to be having they're trying. They're starting to have a little bit of success, I'm trying to say. But a little is not enough.
Yeah, this is not really working out. Lego Piece actually finding another barrier with the speed, and they're going to try to look to kill Lego Piece here. Flip comes out from Kamakiri, earning that barrier, and Lego Piece still trying to maintain possession. Can't seem to do so. Even the flip burns for Kamakiri, but Kamakiri doesn't fall. He's still alive and kicking, but finally the kill comes out, and Yankate left to try to pick up the pieces. Speed coming out. The Asher Pathfinder going to be good, but there's nothing to be found. Nothing is going to be good because Onyx is still defending the goal, and Nil Puma just doesn't need to. He can just aura farm all they need to because the strike is simply enough to put it in.
El Puma literally just sat there and watched Shen blow everything, like just blow their stuff, and just like, okay, you done? Okay, cool, and just kicked it in. Shen couldn't do anything about that one. That was a little bit funny to watch. I'm always a fan of like stare downs and whatnot. Meanwhile, you can see Don't Ask, a fan of kills, managed to have to burn that recovery drone to stay alive there. Otherwise, they would have taken a trip down the well. It is El Puma who's taking a trip down the well, however. They do manage to reject the flip thanks to the pass splitter, but let's see how long that lasts. Not very long at all. Kamakiri and Shen, yep, collapse on the goal. Kamakiri feeds to Shen, puts it through, ties up the set, and this is set point for both sides.
Yeah, and even the orb dancer stacks for Shen not looking too good, but still they're making do with what they already have into this evade coming from Kamikiri. Gonna beat Lego Piece down to a pulp and will have to play life. The heal will come out, but can the heal be enough to heal up the damage? And Lego Piece still taking so much damage, won't even get hooked off the map, but still he will be hunted away by Arlax. Arlax scaring Lego Piece away, and the defense not holding up strong. Going to be very, very rough for them to find an opening into this. The Sorbs going to be good for now, and Lego Piece looking to try to dribble away, but Shen still has control of the core as well. Winning against Il Puma in almost every interaction. The KO found the orbs reset. This is not looking good for Bucketsonic Punch especially, but the clear, even the clear just isn't looking good, and the back passes as well. Il Puma is being trapped under the guise of trying to win with the Estelle, but the Estelle not long for the scroll. The res has to come out eventually, and Shen with flip will find the angle necessary. Yankati defends it perfectly. Just with the Atlas secondary, the expands covering up a lot of the clears here, and Il Puma not in a good spot. The X Bellringer actually is the one that sends the doom of Don't Ask here. Sometimes it's just better to just not ask about that one.
Yeah, we ain't gonna ask about that one. But I am gonna mention it. Kamakiri accidentally owned goals, and Bonk Atomic Punch gets the tie up for the set. The Atlas getting MVP Yankate, and they immediately take Catalyst. Completely understandable.
Yeah, this Catalyst pickup going to be very, very strong onto this Atlas, especially with how many hits they've been taking away. And Chrono Boost, even the Spark, going to be taking Chrono Boost onto the EX. There really is another way you can put it. Gives you a little bit more dash range, a little bit more time to execute with the X Maximus. So going to be a huge pickup. Not really everyone kind of getting what they wanted despite the lack of draft ascertainments, but Maximus comes out, and I think the damage still looking out in their favor. Hook actually catches the core and brings it all the way back to Arlax, but they're still setting up the offense, so it's all smooth sailing from here. Catching Arlax off guard with the Rose Warp as Lego Piece drives the core into the bottom corner, trying to find anything, but still the damage is so strong from Lego Piece. Lego Piece not in a good spot. Will pop the Atlas res, and they don't even have Orb stacks this time around. It makes it so much easier for the team to find those opening kills for Don't Ask, and Don't Ask trying to just earn this barrier, but they still haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I haven't managed to make it through there yet. Lego Piece trying to get into some position, but meanwhile Flip goes out. Il Puma looking very low, but it is actually, good gracious, got squeezed against the boards, did Kamakiri, and Il Puma, Lego Piece doing their best to try and take advantage of this X-less time, but X is back.
No!
Not in time! The core from Il Puma just kind of like rockets between everybody. It seemed like, I don't know, it seemed like Lego and the other team members like Shin were in the middle of a fight, and they just kind of ended up watching the core go by. They were like, what just went between us? But yeah, it was the core Bonk Atomic Punch get the first point for this set.
Don't Ask tripping up for the second time this time around, and kind of farming a little bit the content. The content might not be good for now because their goal barrier opens up once again, and Kamakiri actually finds the equalizer and gets damage onto Il Puma, but still, will this be enough? Kamakiri belting away, trying to find a lot of this damage opportunity coming into the Shen. Will burn the flip as well. Kamakiri back on the offensive too. The Chrono Boost actually getting him into position as well, but Yankate still able to defend against the X. The X having to evade here. Il Puma putting on the pressure with the Crystal Thorns, not the Crystal Thorns, but the piercing shot, and of course with the ult as well. Speaking of ult, Shen also popping his ult too, so now it's a bit of a slugfest on the top side, and the kill being found as a Lego Piece once again is not looking good. The power play for Il Puma trying to find counterplay just isn't long for this world because Yankate will fall once again. Il Puma left in the 1v3, and the ace won't be found, but the kill won't be found either because Arlax will put it right in.
That was just a rough point there for bonk. That was just like Yankai got put in the back of the net. Lego piece got put up against the wall. It was just that one was just a bit of a rough one. Don't worry too much about it. Core barely misses the barrier. Meanwhile, Shen goes fishing, catches themselves a little something. Barrier goes down, and Kamakiri and Shen doing their best to kind of collapse on the goal. Meanwhile, Resurrection happens. Both teams at full strength. Now, Il Puma looking very low, however. Shen not looking too great. Trying to go fishing again. Meanwhile, Lego Piece trying to get that barrier down. Flip to barely save it, but save it they do. And this is just like a very good offensive flurry. Kamakiri tries to punch through. Resurrection, thanks to Atlas, keeps him alive, keeps the power play from manifesting. But that's still a crazy offense from Kamakiri and Shen. Had to flip to get it out of there. Very dangerous moments for Bonk Atomic Punch at this point. That offense from Don't Ask looking very scary.
Oh, no!
Position, like the well, not out of position, but rather the strike shot went out and Shen red corded right past him.
Yeah, maybe positioning from Yankate a little bit too aggressive, and that allows the team to be in a bit of an advantage coming into this matchup. Flip gone, and of course the Asher gone too, just not too great. Shen still picking up the orbs as well. He has so much speed into this. He has, I mean, I wasn't able to tap in time, but he had a lot of speed ready to go. Kamakiri pushing in with the dash and the hook as well. The barrier found with the pass, and Shen going to just feed it right to Kamakiri, who puts it in, and we're on set point in this game 3. Don't Ask completely turning the tides compared to the last set where they felt like they were out of size. And now Shen, MVP, he has the spark of agility to worry about too, but who needs to worry? The Asher's last in draft, so there's no need to really deny it. Build different heavy impact, ready to be taken up in arms.
Yeah, that heavy impact, it still takes that one pretty handily. OIA getting taken by the Rasmus. I am looking into it. They do take the spark nonetheless, however, I noticed Lego. Meanwhile, you just get... Asher just gets built different, which, you know, she's far from sad about. So, interesting draft here all around. Gonna see if this indeed ends up being the last set, or if Bonk Atomic Punch can stretch this out to a 5th.
Despite the lack of events coming around, Kamakiri still doing just a great job getting whatever they need to be done, and Shen just able to confirm it as well. Even Kamakiri pushing it in at the last final moment to sink it in. Going to be reminiscent of what happened early in the first game where they just completely mind controlled the other team, but it's all good right now. The spark still holding strong. The speed actually is helping a lot, because with that, Lego piece dies, and Kamakiri looking to put the pieces together, trying to end this game as quickly as possible. Oh, Puma playing up in the bottom corner, and the kill not found, but the damage still being done. Lego piece trying to work up the corner by himself, and just can't seem to do so. Oh, Puma with the out clear, but Kamakiri still has Flip ready to go. The hook comes in, the flip. First one from Shen is good, but he's still extremely low. The pass, not the best, but the bell ringer ends up setting it right back in. Second flip found and taken away, and Shen with the speed is able to sort of capitalize, but still, this Bonk Atomic Punch team, even though they have the barrier, they still need to get it away from Shen, and it just can't seem to happen. Shen's still taking a lot of damage, and will try to get the hook to try to confirm the KO just in case he dies, but still, the speed just isn't too long for this road. Shen ends up getting the damage done earlier as Kamakiri helps with the defense.
Flip kind of got burned by Lego just a moment too early. Meanwhile, Kamakiri with that X Maximus. But yeah, at first was going for a Lego piece, then turned around and realized, oh hey, there's a perfectly good Puma there. Knocks it in, but that happened. Yankate with the attempted clear, and just it go in. Core go in.
Perfectly setting up this defense is Yankate. Still, I mean, with on the Atlas, he's still holding true, but instead, it's the player making the mistake. A little bit of a burnt flip there, not too good, because now he can just die due to really anything, any knockback
if he walks too far, it could be his demise. And now, Bakatami Punch in a bit of a predicament here. They need to score as quickly as possible to make sure Yankate either one doesn't get hit off the map or two doesn't lose an interaction due to hit stun. And now the hook coming online. Yankate almost dying. The orb being denied from Kamikiri too. Longing for the win right now. El Puma push up to the bottom side. Lego piece trying to find an opening with the hit stun and just can't seem to do so. Alex is still holding strong. This Ricard pick is so consistent for one reason. It's because you can win any interaction, and Shen picks off Il Puma once again with the hook. So now another power play. Shen with the speed as well. Kamikiri with flip. This could be the doom of Don't Ask, because now they're the ones asking the questions. What are you going to do next? Where's the core going to go? And of course, with overtime on the cards, it is almost inevitable because Shen trying to find anything will be denied away from the flip, but Lego Piece still in a really dire spot. Another flip coming out from Yankate. The hook unable to find. Lego Piece gets the flip off, and still the Asher just can't seem to play against the Drakkar. And the Axe is actually flourishing in these conditions because there's no way that Shen can't get the core to Kamikiri as we head on to match points.
Yeah, this could be it. Beautiful, like, sequence just by Don't Ask, feeding it up to Kamakiri. I was about to say Lego Piece because I'm used to Lego Piece being on that thing, on that X. But match point for Don't Ask, and they are going to be hungering for that end. There it is. Feed from Shin to Kamakiri. Does get the barrier. This could be it. It is on Bonk Atomic Punch to survive this next onslaught. Try and get that barrier down, but that's going to be a hard thing. Lego Piece barely gets saved. Shin goes fishing, and Kamakiri tried to knock him in. It was only that Atlas res that saved them. Kamakiri burns flip. Barrier is open on the side of Don't Ask. So if there's going to be any time, it's got to be now. Trying to clear out the core are Bonk Atomic Punch. Rose Warp from El Puma try and get something happening, but Kamakiri is just too imposing. Very hard to get past them in this at this point in time.
Oh my god! Chrono Boost value, baby! Yeah, Chrono Boost value for Kamikiri, sniping the goal away from Yankate as Don't Ask take the series 2-1 and advance to the winners final.
I didn't think this was a platformer. I didn't know X could jump over holes. But apparently he can.
Yeah, the Chrono Boost working completely in his favor, and even just looking at the damage being done. I mean, look at Arlax, 6,000 damage on Drakkar. This is insane. I mean, compared to everyone else, he's the only person to not hit 10k. Yeah, he's hit 10k less damage, and also he has more redirects than anyone else in the lobby, so that man was holding on and kind of proves to a testament of how Drakkar can either, one, do a lot of damage, or two, just be the core control demon.
Yeah, but that is that one. Don't Ask, #1 seed, proving why they are in fact #1 seed. Bonk Atomic Punch definitely put up, I feel like, a game performance. Just not quite able to take it here in winter semis. They are not finished yet. They will have a chance if they can, you know, like, pull themselves together for quite possibly vengeance. But it is Don't Ask going through, and we have to move on for the time being.
And moving on just a little bit, congratulations to Ask as we set up our next match of the day. Going to be Hot Tofu versus Jammy Circus, C2 versus C3 as we head into a small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
And welcome back, guys. Welcome back to EUSA Season 4. Second round of playoffs. Winner semifinals against Hot Tofu and Jamie Circus. Circus taking on the number 3 seed, while the Hot Tofu taking the 2 seed. In this regular season matchup, I think for the most part, we have seen Hot Tofu take both games, so we'll see whether or not Circus can bring it back home for their first win against them in this playoff series.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see exactly what they can do to kind of hold up against Hot Tofu. I mean, Hot Tofu has, like Nitron in particular. What?
Ooh. We have a matchup today, actually. Whoa.
Well, what's going on?
I
What's the process?
I opened my drafter and I see Inky, Splash Zone, Demon Days, and Oni Villages are last or 3 maps. Oh my god! Oh, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful.
Okay, so I was about to say we're gonna need to see, because like you said, like Hot Tofu has taken the last 2, but in this case, this sounds like it could be a nice piping hot plate of chaos. So we can already see like some picks coming out. The Drekar and the Kai immediately ban. First 2 picks for either side are, brother and sister coming out. Coming to have that little bit of a sibling rivalry, Atlas and Luna. But Luna being backed by Estelle, so that is going to be some proper fierce backup.
Yeah, what a beautiful day to be a member watching Circus Hot. Circus actually banning away the Drek, so this is the first time Drek will not be seen today. Drek being banned away. So is the Kai for Hot Tofu. Atlas being picked up, as well as Luna still on our side. And Tara Rune is our last 2, and then now as our final pick. Going to be very interesting to see how this triple midfield comp sort of deals against sort of a generic 2 creations, 1 damage dealer comp on the side of Circus. Actually, I'm surprised that that this time around Circus are picking these maps up. I remember Demon Days really being picked at all for Circus, while the other side, not Oni Village, but Inky, Splash and Oni Village being picked up for Hot Tofu, kind of a little bit interesting, but comparatively on the other side, Claire and Test Chamber being banned off, and so is Atlas, means that all 3 maps this time around are going to be sort of open for Circus, and from what I remember, Circus are pretty good on these sort of open map games, so they do have an advantage coming into this first series that they play against each other.
Yeah, I always like to think I agree with you about Circus's advantages in that thing. I've always liked to consider Circus needs like a big ring, right? So that's kind of like how I try to remember that Memnonics. But Hot Tofu is obviously no slouch by any means. I mean, far from it, really. So I want to see if maybe this, like I said, they are C2, C3. So need to see if that bears out. If that is as close as it sounds, or if there is still a bit too much of a gap to be crossed there. Swiftsy, is going to be up to their usual antics. But like I said, Nitron and Wood in particular, they are going to be, they are notable players themselves. So let's see how this shakes out, shall we?
Of course, and getting ready already to start into the game. This time around, Hot Tofu having Brock as their brawler sub instead of Pigtrot 360. So let's see how well this game will go for Hot Tofu, especially wielding a sub in this playoffs match. Playoffs going to be a very, very good time to show off gameplay of both teams, and especially with this matchup going to be Jam. We're going to see how Jamie and Swiftsy both pair up on the creation side of things, while Kirby Derby tries to keep themselves up and steady when it comes to playing some tower against what it seems to be a now goalie. Yeah, now goalie here.
Yeah,
on your
now
points
goalie.
list. Yeah, every person with creation is taking a creation with everyone else going Stinger here. Gonna be
Yeah,
a
seems
very,
about fair.
very heavy game. Yeah, very heavy damage game potentially if things go out their ways. We get started already.
Yep, so here we go immediately. Wessel, you said like Wildcorp CEO was Wessel, correct?
Bicorp CEO is
I'm sorry, you blanked out, but anyway,
it's Brock.
Oh, it's Brock. Okay, well, here we go still, and so far no barriers taken. Both teams still trying to basically get like full position, but Kirby Derby looking very, very low. They were trying to spike him, but Jamie had to throw out like a very quick ult. Meanwhile, they do manage to get a barrier open, and there goes the cannon. There goes the core. Nothing from that one.
Yeah, no cannon good as well as Luna wins strike for against Jammy here. Still with Flip preparing to go on the other side. Kirby Derby trying to connect with Swiftsy as the pillar goes off. There's a lot of speed coming in. Flip will be burnt away. Kirby Derby left to kind of rot in sort of this paradise where he's unable to go in the middle of nowhere. Swiftsy trying to read the pass, but Kirby Derby will almost fall off the map. Will actually burn the Flip, try to get the KO as Core goes red once again. The score control from the side of Swiftsy is going to get the first kill here. First kill found with the double banish pillar as Nitron tries to find an opening onto Swiftsy. The Roseport committed, every ability committed, and Wood just hanging on for the most part. This character against the Zentaro is a little bit hard to pilot, especially for Zen, because you will die immediately if you're not positioned in the right way. Now, Aqua Cannon coming back up for Jammy here, and with the defense is looking good so far. Pass out to the bottom side is unable to be protected because Nitron's there, confirmed with the Stella ult.
Yep, does manage to take that one. Also managed to kind of like take the flip out there. So that's good for them being able to like kind of remove that briefly. But as we get into like the second one, Nitron is the one with a full stick of butter. Blows it, I think, to just avoid the banish, trying to keep up the offense there. So interesting call on that one as we continue with this point.
Damage not coming out quite yet for the side of Jammy Circus. They're the ones doing a lot of damage in the first series, but they're the ones being KO'd right now as a KO found onto Kirby Derby. Sets them up, trying to find an opening play, but Swiftsy trying to just control the core, just can't seem to do so because Kirby Derby back online now. And of course, this offense from the side of Jammy Circus just can't seem to break a hole into the defense of Hot Tofu, and even though the kill found here, there's still going to be a very hard path to fight for because there's just no counterplay on the other side.
Yeah, unfortunately, like there's not really a whole lot they can do to kind of like slip the core past these particular like characters. There's just a lot of defensive measures that they can take, and they can kind of like just catch the core if it's out of sorts. But that is honestly not too dissimilar from Circus. Like I said, it's a lot of defense and not enough offense from either side, which is kind of ridiculous considering who's on the side of Hot Tofu. But it is Circus that are constantly getting Circus are constantly getting like these power plays and these kills, which is wild. But when I say like the offense isn't there, I mean like the scoring offense isn't there. Of course, I say that as soon as both barriers go down and somebody actually scores. I blame me on that one. That was a commentator's curse. But either way, scores tied up. That is Jammy Circus with the point.
Jammy Circus trying to pick up the medal into top gear as Wood. Really too long left this road, and Kirby Derby with Flip going to get staggered off and won't be able to really live for a while. The Flip has to be committed at some point, and they're just trying to find any healing matters. Flip burns and double banish comes out too. The heal not too good, but again Brock still staying alive and will actually be able to go back for the orb, negating all that damage. Of course, the KO still found. W find by Swiftsy to keep control of this power play. I mean, Jammy Circus have been doing insanely well finding all of these KOs. I mean, they're the reason why they're the #1 team in damage at the end of the regular season. And of course, with this, they're able to find a lot of these opening picks and get a lot of this damage going on to, but kind of confirms that you gotta find the need to be able to find a lot of these conversions. And of course, Jamie Circus is doing a good job doing that with the flip as well as they find the second barrier. Well, the first barrier, at least in the flip, also coming out onto Jamie to make sure nothing can go wrong. As Swiftsy knocked off the map in the power play now. Our Hot Tofu looking to try to come back from this corner clear isn't good. The ult coming in,
jeez.
not be able to be found, and of course the missile ending the life of Jamie as Hot Tofu take a 2-1 point lead.
Yeah, that was wild. Like, Brock just kind of like outplayed Jamie on a couple of situations there. I noticed, like, waited until like that shield was like down before they bothered to try and like redirect it into the barrier, and then just like punched out Jamie once it was clear they were like in the back of the net and trying to like wait for it. So just good play on their part, just good patience, good aiming. But who else has good aiming is Swiftsy, who does manage to get it around the now and get it around the attempted arrow for the clear to just very quickly tie things up. So very much props to Swiftsy for taking that little bit of vengeance. So once again tied up. This is still only like the first set here. Bodies dropping immediately with the flip kill attempt by Kirby Derby to take down one Nitron, and goal is open, but very threatening part, and there it is. Jamie Circus takes the first set on an inspired play.
Good play found by Swiftsy to get it up to Kirby Derby, and Kirby Derby actually not being MVP of the set. A little bit interesting, debating on Hotshot versus Catalyst, and Hotshot Rune's still going to be amazing here. Hotshot going to be going away as, again, Wood had to take the Catalyst, and Jamie gets Missile Prop here, so very, very good draft out already for Jamie Circus if they want to win this set. And of course, Spark will be denied, but Zentaro still gets to do Reptile Remedy, and even if he could have even taken Temple Swing to kind of remedy the amount of damage they're doing, as well as getting heals out, but Reptile Remedy is still a very good pick.
Yeah, no. Oh, and on the kickoff, does manage to slip past all members of Hot Tofu, and they also get a body taken. Cannon goes out, feeds it to Kirby Derby, tries to psych him out, but feeds it out. I think they were expecting the rune, and Janny just like, y'all already forgot. I got Missile Prop. Pushes it through before they can react. Beautiful .1 for this second set from the members of the circus, performing a few tricks for us, it seems like.
Yeah, one too many, and of course, again, Jamie earning that second barrier off of the Missile Prop. Missile Prop doing a huge number of stuff to this team as Nitron tries to get the core forwards to push all the way around the Roseborg back around, as, again, just Jamie Circus doing such a good job pushing this core forward and making sure nothing can happen, but Nitron is able to get the snipe through with the piercing shot away from Jamie, so they're still tying things up, but so far, I think that Circus are in a very, very good spot, especially in terms of the energy economy, because look at Kirby, Derby, and Jamie, they're about to have, well, Jamie specifically, they're about to have flip as well, and of course, translating up to those moments is really good, and the flip also comes out with the kill, as, again, Brock knocked off the map,
another one
left in a 1v3, and of course, the triangle has to be formed, the passing play is going on, everything is not seeming to go their way, but finally, Swiftsy finds the opener and gets the goal here.
Like just that 1v3, show you how it be. Very nice from Jamie Circus. At this point, they are starting to put on a show for sure. Need to see if they can keep it up, but they are on set point right now, and it's going to be on Hot Tofu to strike back before things get a little bit out of hand.
Damage being done, Kirby Derby not really too long for this Royal Heal, gives him a little bit of solace, but still the core goes all the way back. Flip has to be expended to make sure nothing can go wrong. Atlas Expanse also coming down as well. Jerry have a great clear, but Kirby Derby can't seem to win the strike war against the Estelle ult. And now back at point 5 is the Hot Tofu. Can they actually claim the set now?
Yeah, gonna need to see that tied up. Hot Tofu not exactly letting this go any kind, not exactly letting this set go early. Crater Maker comes out, deals like a nice little bit of damage. Jamie has to kind of like just gets an orb, solves the problem. Barrier goes down on the side of the circus. Unfortunately, and Jammy just not in position. That one's a little bit painful after what seemed to be a spirited showing by Jammy Circus. Hot Tofu does indeed tie things up. Nitron taking MVP.
The Circus a little bit too clowny, I'd say. Just a little bit as Rapid Fire goes all the way down. Well, I get picked up first by the Estelle, and good thing for the Circus at least. They're able to take a peak performance and Reptile Remedy. So now Stagger build coming online for Kirby Derby to try to turn the tide of this game, and even the Timeless Creator onto the room of now last pick Chrono Boost. I mean, Chrono Boost still a very, very good awakening for Wood. Everyone kind of getting what they want in this draft as they're left to defend here. Even the aerials onto Jammy makes it so that primary goes extremely far, and the damage still being brought onto them. And another heal for the team as Swiftsy is kind of left to defend and try to bring themselves back here as they set themselves up for the play on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. Kirby Derby already looking like a little bit low. Swiftsy about to be staggered. There it goes. You know, it's like Brock had that built different, which, you know, may seem like a little bit curious on Luna, but those impacts are going to be hitting harder, and that damage is going to like stack up, especially considering that stinger. So like you said, pretty much everybody got something that they could work with. Barrier goes down on the side of Jammy Circus, but that is not to say that they are fighting that off. They're not fighting that off. There we go. Barrier taken. Nitron trying to push it through again. Does not manage to make it happen this time. So both sides open goals, and it's going to be on them to see like which team can like break through first.
Oh, beautiful redirect from Brock. Ending up knocking Jammy off of their feet. Already expected the top clear defense. Just can't seem to hold on there, as the energy economy for Hot Tofu is looking very, very strong. Especially with 2 flips on the board. Anything can go down here as long as Nitron keeps the control, and even the pillar not being able to be found. There's so much damage being brought up, and Nitron having to walk away for the orb as Brock is the one confirming everything as the brawler. This Luna is doing so well into the Atlas assisted combination of the play coming alive, and Nitron is the one who puts it in front of Jammy and Swifty, trying to set up for this corner as, again, Hot Tofu, the ones in control.
Yeah, just like very nice. Hot Tofu seems to have kind of like settled down, figured out how they want to play this one, and are just executing very well. Brock in particular just playing fantastically, knowing when to use those boosts, when to hit those rockets, just making sure that they're on time. Meanwhile, Nitron obviously able to just always be in the right place at the right time as they take a swift 3 and out for the side of Hot Tofu. It is going to be Brock with that MVP, Luna, and a second spark on the table. If they want our Deadeye, take your pick your poison. It's going to hurt either way for the other team. Spark it is.
Yeah, the spark. I mean, the spark going to be very, very strong into this. Even if Jammy Circus end up bringing this to a set 5, they're still going to have to deal with the last spark. The spark of strength in the rotation still. Heavy impact taken for the Zentaro as, again, the team player for this team. This Luna is going to be so fast regardless if she has her dash up. And even though the Adrush goes down the Swiftsy, they haven't been really finding any isolating KOs, and even though the one advantage seems to work, it seems to get on the other side. Jammy will fall off the map in another 2v3 power play. This time, the side of Hot Tofu. The bandage comes out, almost a kill found, as well as every ability is used to dump onto the defense here. Again, great KO on the Swiftsy, cleans up that mess of a point as Hot Tofu are looking to end this one as quickly as it started.
That was a bit heinous. Nitron with the early snipe, Brock with the later kill. That damage is starting to look very, very threatening here. You can see there's also like just a slight bit of like I would say like a little bit of a level disparity here, but not too much one, but it is something to be noted of as the Praetor Maker comes out. It is Jammy Circus that does get the barrier first time for this one. Oh, Kirby Derby tried to time it, tried to get like the dash through, wasn't able to get it. However, they do get the pillar in order to try and like keep the offense going for a little bit longer. Barrier does go out, and yeesh, just walked into it. Did Kirby Derby? Oh God, there's so many KOs. They're all dying. They're all falling. Where's the we don't even have bodies to see anymore.
And the KOs are quickly turning into a mess. Poor Jammy Circus here, trying to stay alive, but Hot Tofu, the ones completely in control here. The damage coming in, the Strike Force being won. This Luna is so strong into this team, and even the flip ready to go. The proc off the Now drone going to be good for now. Even Jammy trying to stay alive into this corner, especially being knocked back just a little bit as the Luna ult comes online. Nitron trying to push the core forward as Brock waiting to come and spell impending doom onto the Circus here. Wood trying to play defense, playing it very well. Loses that barrier though, and then leaves the Aqua Cannon up for grabs. Nitron, the one in a really bad spot, not being able to contribute into the play as Waka Union Corp with the flip and the dash trying to commit to it, and even baits out Jammy's primary to seal the game away on the Yankee Splash Zone as we head into Game 2 on Demon Days.
Unfortunate there, but yeah, just managed to get that one clear. Did Hot Tofu, Rock just very nice shots. Jammy unable to get like the timing down on a couple of would-be saves, and although it seemed like they were going to make a much closer showing for it, Circus drops one to Hot Tofu. You can see like just Nitron was very all over the place. It was Nitron and Brock just a dangerous duo because of how well they can like just reposition themselves, intercept core movement, and just take shots on goal that you wouldn't expect them to.
Yeah, this one is a little bit scary for Jammy Circus. I mean, they've gotten the KOs down. They've gotten a lot of these winning interactions, but still, the damage portion just isn't looking the greatest. Well, not the damage, but I think the scoring potential just isn't looking the greatest. They've had so many times to convert on these opportunities, but Hot Tofu just played the defense perfectly well. It's kind of hard to get those down when the defense is just playing the best they possibly can in this moment.
Yeah, that was another notable issue that was coming through for, like Jammy Circus. Like, yeah, early on they were definitely getting like a more like the KOs. They were showing more than a few signs of life, really. It was just they had trouble, like finishing. They had trouble polishing off any, like advantages that they gained. And they're going to need to figure out if there's a way that they can kind of like that they can clean that up really fast, or else this is not going to end well for them.
Yeah, not looking pretty for the Circus. They still have one game to go for on their map pick of Demon Days. I think we mentioned it earlier in the pre-show. They're a very, very good team when it comes to dealing damage. So of course, on Demon Days, this is kind of their map to play on. They're one to win, so let's see if they can claim the win here as we get up ready for the drafting. And the bans, I can assume that they might ban out, well, they might not ban Luna here, just thinking about it, because what if they want to play, what if Swifty wants to play Luna here? Kind of depends whether or not draft goes their way in terms of the awakenings, but we'll have to sit down and play just a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I would not be surprised if Luna showed up again one way or another. I say that totally biased, just I like Luna, but we're gonna have to see. Demon Dice is, I do think, a map that like she could do well on, so just gotta wait for the character draft, and hopefully we'll be able to see what kind of game plan. I'm honestly especially curious to see what does the circus have in mind for to kind of like stop this offensive? I don't want to just say call it like offensive onslaught because, like I said, a lot of the goals came from just like really good timing and really good positioning. So it's like, do you have any characters in your back pocket that can like put down roadblocks that force them to kind of move out of their preferred positions or what?
This time around, we're going to see a very, very interesting star waiting for draft to get ready here as we're on the Demon Days with Circus on the blue side. Going to see whether or not this draft will play in the favor of the Circus. They're down one game, and I don't think the mental can be drained just yet, but this could go very, very quickly as the last one, honestly. But it's pretty hard to say whether or not this series will go as quickly or as slowly as the last one and prior ones in the playoff series. And Circus, they're gonna have to bounce back here. So we're waiting on the draft to start. Drafting actually gonna be starting right now as Circus banging away the Dracar on the Chrono Boost glass cannon start. So we might even see an Octavia in this draft. And oh my god, we do! We freaking do!
I happy now. But yeah, just to rewind it just a little bit. I'm not at all surprised to see Dracar go down. I'm not surprised to see Kai being told no either, because that Chrono Boost can be a right fright. So we are starting out with the pair of Oni. We have Octavia and Vice standing across from each other. So that's followed up with like Finny. It almost seems like Hot Tofu are doing the thing that I was kind of mentioning, like just get some circles down and just prevent any sort of movement. There we go. And yeah, they are responded to with Now and Atlas.
Octavia hyper carry here? Who's playing what actually coming into this? It has to be Atlas goalie here. Atlas goalie. And like I guess now in Octavia, like okay, this is hyper carry Octavia here. As Antara Vice being picked up on the other side, it means that there's just gonna be so much damage coming in. I'm surprised even think Luna here, but still, all three characters just work very well into the setup. So Demon Days, not one for the light-hearted. The damage going to be a very, very huge factor. But let's see if Jamie Circus with their Octavia pick can turn the tides of this game.
I fully agree. Like just looking at this is hyper care, like keep Octavia alive at all costs, and hope she can outmaneuver the opposition. Meanwhile, like you said, like Vice, Finnies, and Taro, I'll tell you exactly what this is. This is not like a core strike match. This is not like a sorting match. What this is a hunt. This is a hunt, and Octavia is the prey.
The damage. We're gonna see if Octi.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're not wrong actually. This is just straight up murder Octi, and if Jamie Circus don't play this well, this could be a very, very hard match for them. I mean, the Octi's able to get away through very specific scenarios, like being able to just back away from the play and not take any damage. But when push comes to shove, there's gonna be a lot of damage coming out for the Circus.
Yeah.
But
it's going to be a rough. Here's the thing, and I'm gonna be real here. With this kind of with the level of damage that like Vice, even like Vice and Zentaro, yeah, we can ignore the Finny. I'm assuming, I'm kind of thinking, like Finny's gonna be in the net, right? I mean Vice can be in the net too as well. I'm not saying they can't, but like if Vice and Zentaro like are forward, I don't think Now Atlas heals through that. I really don't. But I do think what they can do is they can help Octavia survive long enough. It's not a matter of survive everything. It's a matter of survive long enough to hopefully be in a position to make like a play. But this is going to be some rough road.
Yeah, whoever's playing Oxy on the Circus side is gonna have to.
We salute you.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be the one to carry this game from the drafting side, and if they can do that, it's pretty much a one and done game for them. But we're gonna see who is actually playing this Octi pick here. It's actually gonna be Jamie on the
Jamie.
Octavia. Oh my god!
Okay, I don't know what the hell is going on anymore. I throw my hands up at this one.
This is
All right.
for fun game. This is a for fun game. Okay, all right.
Sure.
I'm happy.
Let's go.
We're finally seeing Octavia here. Well, we're gonna see Jamie Octavia here. Yo, Octavia is pretty peak. What can I say? But already, I think. Oh my god, a kill already found.
What?
We're already getting started very quickly onto this game, and now thinking about it with the Atlas here. This could potentially be a hard counter to Wood's pick of Finny, because what Atlas, if you get the right awakenings, this just becomes whenever you put down your ult, it becomes so much harder for you to get the core out, and especially with Jamie finding kills like that, this become a very hard game to play for Hot Tofu if they're playing just like this, and the second barrier already taken as well. Swifty the one controlling the reins, and Brock left to pick up the pieces now as the core goes straight in with Kirby Derby putting the core in.
I'm gonna be real. I got on my face right now. I got that Jackie Chan "what's going on" face right now. But it's exciting, like you said. Okay, I guess that's what the circus is all about. They about putting on a show. They about putting on doing the unexpected and doing the offbeat and doing the strange and doing the impossible. Beautiful flip there, get the goal, get the barriers, and there's a lot of damage being coming out, but it's coming from the area I wouldn't expect. Like Brock, low, Swift Z flips, goal scored, 2 points in surprisingly quick fashion for the circus.
I remember saying this one time, I think in a conversation with Swift, well not Swifty, but Jamie at least, I think that Octavia is a character they'll definitely play when push comes to shove on Demon Days, and with this start, it ever seems more than likely for the character to come on, especially with how aggressive Jamie needs to be to play this Octavia. We haven't seen any aggressive play all game, but there we go, the first kill found for Kirby Derby, looking to try to claim another goal. Great angle from them. Second barrier almost found as Brock Funky to pick up the pieces with Wood here. The Atlas primary comes out, every ability being dumped onto the other side as Jamie, I was going to go back to it. Jamie has been playing all these sort of defensive goalie positions, like look how many seeds they have in the regular season, but this is the time for Jamie to come out alive and strong, because this character is going to be very hard to play against. Even Jamie not really taking they're just the Octavia as well. It's going to be very strong coming into this match with the evade coming away. The Finny card dodge and misaligned. 2 flips for the side of Hot Tofu, looking to burst at any moment in time. First flip found to the side. Whack for Yo, getting knocked us back with 2 flips of their own. So now, Jamie Circus, even though it's Octavia hyper carry, it's more of like, we pray Octavia doesn't get the kill on you. And even though all that is being done, the Finny secondary not looking good. The chain lightning being dragged away. The ult coming on once again. Nitrum with flip 2. Pushing the core forwards. Kirby Derby being knocked away. They just can't seem to find an opening. There's no opening to be found. The flip will be committed to the top side. And finally,
they both
a play found for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, betted on the bottom, and Nitron went top side. So that is 1 point for Hot Tofu. It is still set point for Circus. That amazing leak stifled a little bit. Swift Z suddenly looking low, healed right back up. However, 1 barrier found for the side of the Circus. Trying to see if they can't even that up. No dice on that. Swift Z once again back to life. Nitron, however, having to retreat from the play for a little bit, but they're right back into it. Drop comes out from Jammy as Swift Z attempts to keep things up. Wow, Supernova, short-range Supernova coming out, trying to damage them up, but no dice. Circus is on the back foot. Life coming out. Flip goes out from Swift Z. Does manage to clear it out briefly, but it is taken right back by Nitro, and they're fighting over it in the bottom corner. However, heads up back to midfield. All 3 members of the Circus trying to get it out of their territory right now. Brock looking a little bit low. They do manage to knock it out through the Circus. Kirby Derby with a flip up, ready and waiting. Jammy on the defense. Base drop comes out yet again. However, that does not save the barrier. Open goal on the side of the Circus. cannot get that second barrier. Can the Circus. Nearly gets squashed out, does Nitron, but none able to. Wood cannot clear it out. Nitron still living on a hope and a prayer. SwiftZ feeds it out to Kirby Derby, manages to bait out one or two abilities. Not quite able to get it scored. Nitron moves in, trying to intercept. Brock, again, also trying to move, trying to position themselves to intercept. Ult comes out again from Jammy, manages to feed it to the other side of the corner. SwiftZ moves out, triple take. Flip comes out to stifle that one as well. Brock trying to move into position, looking still very low. Supernova comes out, does not manage to get any hit. Oni's blade does come out though. Body gets found again. Nitron gets taken out. Wagcorp not looking good. Big finish happens. Does manage to knock it out. Goes the wrong way. Kirby Derby takes advantage. So does SwiftZ. Wood just fires out with a flip, trying to get it away from them. Meanwhile, SwiftZ trying to make something happen with his offense. Jammy having that ult out, having that flip just in case. Wagcorp gets taken out. Brock down again. Power play once more for the Circus. Feeds it up to Kirby Derby, who feeds it right back down to themselves. Goes back up, pushes it in, and it is the Circus that takes this first set. Amazing plays from the Circus. Hell of a show. Let's see if they can keep it up in the second act.
Atlas now out damaging Finny, Vice, and Centauro in the first. That's insane. How much
You tell me that happened, and I call you a madman, but it's happening. And we have team player on deck.
Yeah, team player, extra special being taken away from the now, looking to try to take damage away. There's so much damage being pumped out, but the life of Orb Dancer and Remedy trying to take over here. So let's see, trying to go for the build as now Octavia on the back line, actually doing a lot of work here. So even though the first set was close, Jammy Circus, all they need is a spark and a flame to put themselves on the map. Ult comes alive, a little bit of an ult misdirect, giving the first barrier away, but still the damage portion from this game. I think Hot Tofu get the game plan now is to try to force Jammy into weird spots because there hasn't been an Octavia game in so long, and of course Octavia these past 3 games, especially in EUSA, there's been at least one moment where the ult goes backwards, and this is already the time where it does. So now trying to already breathe that into life. Dribble comes around. Nitron, the one trying to push the agenda, pushing the core forward. Again, the Atlas denying away the Finial too. Not looking too good for this road. Nitron with the Supernova with the almost great quarter clear as Wagcorp CEO tries to kill SwiftZ here. Everything can be used for the kill here. The Atlas in the net defending with you don't even know who the goalie is in this instance because Kirby Derby again playing midfield this time around. All 3 members of Jammy Circus playing kind of this who wants to play what role game, and so far they're doing a very good job at it because they're still holding on for dear life. Flip comes out to the Quackcorp CEO. Brock unable to defend it, and Brock still trying to find an opening here. First barrier taken on the side of Hot Tofu, looking to keep the core away, but 2 flips for Jammy Circus. Second one found. Jammy gets the core back with the Yachty primary too. The Supernova nowhere to be found. Core going all the way around. Card being picked up too, and Wood in a precarious spot, it seems like. Has to try to get an agenda going on. Tries to have to keep the offense going. Ults combined. 2 ults combined. A solo deal from Octavia on the defense. Ready to push it through. Kirby Derby slowly inching up with the primary. Flip comes down and will catch Wood off guard here as Jammy Circus look to try to kick this game away with this Octavia hyper carry team.
Yeah, you can see Kirby Derby feeling that. Manages to block the out clear, flip, punch it in for the line. He's like, I'm dribbling. Kirby dribbling. So we need to see if they can keep that up. Jammy with a full stick of butter ready on the defense, or if they can for like a good offensive push. They do push out. Supernova comes out as well as like the big finish. Flow state activated for Jammy, trying to keep things up. However, both barriers do go down as the drop comes through. Nitron in position, but deflected by SwiftZ. Not able to get anything cleared quite just yet. Brock trying to make something happen. One barrier gets taken for the side of Hot Tofu, and they are trying to make something happen, or the Circus again. Big finish comes out, manages to push it through, and that is Brock feeding down to Nitron. Can't get, like, it is SwiftZ, I believe, couldn't get the clear. Nitron was right there, knock it right back in. We're tying this one up. And Hot Tofu looking pretty solid with 2 flips on their side.
Hot Tofu, the ones trying to reel back from these losses. They're playing very patiently now. They have to. Otherwise, Jamie goes out of control, and I think that's what happened the first set. At least they were playing like this wasn't a team, playing their real roles, and of course, with this damage, everything is going wrong for Jamie Circus now. The defense is failing to keep these bears alive, and I think that's what matters in this moment. Jamie is specifically taking a lot of this flak damage. Octavia trying to spiral out of control, but just can't seem to do so just yet because, again, they're playing goalie, and the Supernova complete ult combo from Nitron seals the deal for Kirby Derby this time around, as they do still maintain 2 of their flips. Friends possession flip comes out and won't be able to be defended because Wild Corp CEO is right there to push it right in for set point for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, Hot Tofu trying to strike back on this one very fast. Woods still has a flip of their own. Brock not exactly looking low here, but Jamie as well, also having a flip on deck. It is going to be on the Circus to try and step things up, try and get some of that magic that they had back earlier in that first act. This draft really allowed them to, like the Hot Tofu to kind of get their bearings, get themselves kind of like steady, prevent a lot more of like those KOs. Flip goes out, punches through, counter flip, one barrier down for the side of the Circus, 2 barriers down for the side of Circus. Swiftsy taking a bit of damage as they try and like defend their open goal. They've been stuck into this in this position for a while now. Get those barriers getting taken very quickly, and suddenly they're in a desperate defense. But it is Brock that is staggered, having to retreat from the play for a little bit. Swiftsy and Kirby Derby are trying to collapse on these barriers, but Brock right back in it says, I only need half myself. All I need is my faith and my sword to try and do what I need to do. Kirby Derby trying to push up ahead, trying to get it out around the goalie as overtime comes in. Supernova again comes out, a little bit misfired, but they quickly keep it up, and it is in fact Nitron that survives the squishing attempt, knocks the core down into the bottom corner. Jamie can't get to it, and that is set point, and MVP goes to the other sister in Vice, also known as Nitron.
Yeah, I think Jamie Circus, they just can't seem to hold the core when it comes to those moments, and this time around, Jamie pick up the explosive inches, trying to mitigate a lot of this damage coming onto them. It's a bit difficult, especially since now damage is coming online for Nitron and everyone else on that team looking to try to keep the stakes alive, and losing the Octi goalie isn't what you want to be if you're Hot Tofu. But right now, Jamie Circus, they have those great moments where you can get the goal and be able to hold for that long, but once those goal bears are down, it's only a matter of time before it's all over. Just the ult layering from every one of the members of Hot Tofu is starting to kick up everything. As Swiftsy loses, I think there's something disconnected on their side, and of course that maybe leads to a tech reset, but still, just talking about this, it's still interesting. I mean, I don't think they're going to go for it, or maybe they will. Yeah, I think they're going to stop and pause here, but
yeah, Swiftsy unfortunately disconnects on what was otherwise a fairly critical goal. Oh wait, are they back? They're back. So we're going a few seconds late start, but we are going into it. Flow state comes up as well as drop, so we are trying to move past that moment. Only's blade comes out. So is the Supernova. Like you were saying, a lot of these ults just are coming out just to try and drop any members of Circus that they see, and it is proving to be effective. There's the big finish again. That gets a barrier. They are trying to fight their way out of it, or the Circus, trying to collapse onto these barriers on the side of Hot Tofu. Not able to happen. Base drop comes out from Jammy, but it's dry. Nothing there to it. And it's a lot harder, I've noticed, for Circus to keep control of this core. Nearly stuck did the core out of that flip as overtime hits, and just cannot get control of the core anymore, and Jammy cannot catch it, neither can Kirby Derby. It is set point for Hot Tofu, coming back from what was an initially concerning first set, and now they are firmly in the driver's seat.
yeah, flip comes out from Kirby Derby, not looking too good. They do earn a barrier though, but still, the damage portion coming in, just not looking the greatest. Jamie trying to breathe some life as Kirby Derby picks up the orbs and tries to get there, but 3 flips on the side of Hot Tofu is looking a little bit too precarious. Nitrogen still has the flip though. Will actually burn it to try to get away as Kirby Derby trying to push the agenda on the bottom side. Won't be able to get to the top side, and Jamie the goalie not in the goalie spot again because Wackrop CEO puts it right in and secures the goal 2 with the KO to bring Hot Tofu up the set point and series.
Yeah, this is set 4. Hot Tofu very clearly knows what they're doing. First set was data. They're not worried anymore, it seems like, and especially with this draft coming up. Not saying Circus, doesn't have any options, but they are definitely on the back foot. They're behind the 8 ball. Use whatever euphemism you want. Monumentalist coming out, which is good, but so is that ad rush, as well as that spark of strength being taken away. A lot of just more damage on the side of Hot Tofu. Just letting no Circus member live here seems to be the game plan. And there you go, like wicked shot from that supernova. Manages to catch all 3 members of the Circus, and suddenly Swiftsy looking a bit worse for wear for a moment. They do manage to survive that, and it's Nitron actually that's looking a little bit dangerous. Barely managed to save that one, but save it they do. Swiftsy not able to finish that one as things slow down here a little bit, but they do manage to catch a body again suddenly, and it is a power play for the side of the Circus. Need to see if they can get past it though, however.
These KOs are very strong for Circus if they just can't see if they can keep fighting them, but this is looking like a very hard game for Circus already coming out because all 3 members are still doing so much damage. KO finally found out to Kirby Derby. Beautiful KO with the 1-2 punch. And Kirby Derby, and again, finding another great barrier attempt here. This brawler is getting everything done. And look who's playing midfielder. Jammy's the one playing midfielder. All 3 members of the Circus are looking to try to capitalize off of the gains, but again, Jamie looking very, very low here. I can imagine the comms are so important here. Swiftsy about to fall off the map. Will be rescued just in time, but still, the driver's hands are going to be caught because Nitron is the one who puts it right in, and Wackrop CEO doesn't even fall. There's no flip to be reset, and of course, this leaves Hot Tofu in a very good spot in terms of the energy.
Yeah, 2 flips ready and raring to go. Meanwhile, on the side of Circus, not so much. There's one goes out, but it does get rejected, and both barriers still saved on either team for the time being, as they try and basically Circus has to try and course correct here somehow. One barrier gets taken on the side of Circus, trying to go for the second one. Meanwhile, Jamie looking a little bit low. So is Wackrop. They're both kind of basically fighting over damage, health, and it is a bit of a threat. But what's also a threat is that open goal yet again. Nitron, there's that flip, punches it straight through. Kirby Derby is not fast enough on the trigger, and match point, series point for Hot Tofu.
We might be seeing Seed 1, Seed 2 in the winner's final as Seed 3 and Seed 4 take themselves a little trip in the loser side, as now Jamie Circus down 1 barrier already very quickly. Kirby Derby taking a lot of the damage here. Swiftsy and Jamie trying to find some life to breathe, but the barriers are being taken for themselves. 2 barriers being found, a life being found. Swiftsy dribbling it away. Wackrop CEO picking up the pace with the flip of their own. The flip is going to be good, but it is denied by Wood, and the KO found on Wackrop CEO is enough to make sure that Jamie Circus are trying to get this one back on their feet, but still the second barrier take as well. Nitron the one in control of the core, but the core goes all the way around the Jamie Circus. Jamie the Octavia trying to push the core forward, but they do lose their stacks, and now with all 3 members left for Hot Tofu, it's only a matter of time before this core goes in. Wackrop CEO trying to push the agenda on the bottom side. No KO found. There is so much left to play for, and Nitron could be the one to seal the deal, but still, the defense is coming out strong. And finally, Swiftsy, the one to catch a break, will send it to the top side.
They do manage to survive for just a little bit longer, do the circus, and honestly, not exactly bad in terms of energy. Jammy with a flip, Kirby Derby nearly has their own flip as well, but one barrier very quickly taken. Ult comes out on, I believe, like both sides. Jammy nearly having to like use that flip as well. Squash denied it there. There's the flip comes out from Jammy. Unfortunately, it's burned, as well as Kirby Derby's flip completely stuffed out. So there goes that energy. Unfortunately, was not able to get any sort of use out of it. Cannot get that barrier by inches. They've missed it by inches like 2 times. There you go. One barrier taken. Need to try and like keep it up. Flip comes out. Goes wide around the barrier. Cannot quite catch that one. Ult comes out again from Octavia as they try and fight over the second barrier. One barrier apiece for both sides. Kirby Derby trying to like fight through that, trying to get through the edge. They do manage to save it to like Wood. Feeds it back up to, feeds it from Nitro to Wood. Flip comes out and doesn't manage to quite clear it out with that one as well just yet. Trying to feed it back up to Jammy. Omi's Blade comes out as well as the big finish. Flip comes out. Barely manages to save again! There we go. One barrier, the last barrier is finally taken. Now it is going to be on the circus to try and finish it. They do manage to get that KO. Again, they have been managing to get the KOs, but the barrier is taken. So things are in scary mode right now for both teams. Supernova comes out, does not manage to clear it out as they want it to. Big finish, however, also comes out. Brock trying to get on the breakaway.
Oh, no!
Nitron right there. Thunderstruck for the win for the series.
Yeah, there were so many criminal saves by Wood, and by that, it allowed Hot Tofu to claim the win for themselves here. Duo for Hot Tofu against Circus here, as Circus are knocked down to the lower side of the bracket.
Yep. Unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. I will say this. Circus, I felt like had a game plan like that first set, and you notice they started doing, here's the problem, like when they were not able to get the KOs, then Hot Tofu were able to like get in their position, run their damage game plan, and just cause a whole lot of problems. But notice like in that last set or so that Circus started getting KOs again, and suddenly things started to kind of like turn around a little bit for him. But by then I feel like by then Hot Topic had kind of like Hot Topic, I knew I was going to make that mistake one of these days. Hot Tofu did manage to kind of hang on. They realized what their game plan was absolutely going to be, and they were able to like still execute it around the fact that Circus was managing to get their own game plan online, because by then for the Circus it was just a little bit too little, a little bit too late. But I do think there was definitely some solid showing out from them for this one, despite the 2 and out. Just needed to kind of needed to be a little bit more needed to be closers a little bit better. But how it came out is how it came out.
Yeah, and 10 kills to 2 is a little bit bonkers considering the team comp, but this time around we're going to be back with a little bit of a break here. We'll come back with 2 new casters, a fresh set of casters as we head into the lower semifinals of today. Circus versus the one and only Bonk Atomic Punch. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EUSA Season 4 playoffs. So, for the final series of the day, possibly the most important, we've got Bonk versus Circus, both of them coming off losses to Ask and Hot Tofu, respectively, but they're still fighting for their chance to make day 2. During the regular season, these teams have a 3-3 record against each other. Circus had the better of Bonk in week 4, they won 2-1, and then Bonk got payback in the same fashion in week 9. So definitely anybody's game to win in this series. And we're going to be on our first map, which is Night Market here. We've got Circus picking up the blue side, and we've got a Drakar ban. Drek, something that has been, I don't know if it's 100% present so far in these USA playoffs, but certainly can't be far off. So it makes a lot of sense, that ban. As well as Bonk, gonna be opting to ban the Rune here. As we learned on the pre-show, Rune the most banned character in the regular season of USA. So makes a lot of sense, especially into Swiftsy, a scary Rune player in the league. And then the first pick Atlas, just a solid goalie, of course, on Night Market, and especially going to make use of this Monumentalist right now. As Bonk have a lot of options here. I mean, Monumentalist now still completely on the cards, especially for Puma, a player who's certainly comfortable picking it up. But they're definitely just taking their time and choosing, to make use of it, as they do have the option to. And it is that first pick now over to Bonk. And then accompanied by the Dubu here for Yankate, presumably. And yeah, Jiggle, what are you expecting and what are you liking in this draw so far? Oh, unlucky.
Wait, that's so awesome. My mic's muted. Oh, I love simultaneously. I love simultaneously streaming and casting. That's really cool. What I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is that Loki, I don't know what to expect. They could be Whimsy maxing, they could walk the Iron Spear again, but more likely it's probably going to be pretty normal. This is just Crossfire minus the Dugu. Bonk also doing Bonk things here. My presumption is that it's Asher forward, but with the Manu, Loki could even be Asher goalie, because Manu Dugu I think is a lot more potent going forward than holding it down. All good. But yeah, Loki, don't know. It's kind of up in the air. You can never be too sure with the Circus.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like this Bonk comp. This is a very Night Market comp. I mean, pick creation characters and throw your buttons at the corner. Not to, minimize the game plan and simplify it, but that's essentially what Bonk are aiming for. And I'm always a fan of simplicity in comps. Just try and get a game plan that's easy to execute and try and work the ball forward into the corner and just try and get it through this Atlas here. On the other side, Circus, not to speak ill of their comp at all either. I think especially Estelle, I mean, in the previous yesterday, in EUSL playoffs, we saw on Night Market, Din and Lucas have this matchup of Estelle now in the midfield here, and it was wildcards with the Estelle getting the better of Blobgap in that game, and I think Estelle is quite a nice pick to play into the now. Just try and avoid those interactions that not many midfield characters are equipped to win versus now, and accept that, and then just try and play for those hit stuns, right? So yeah, we'll have to see how it's gonna get done. Alongside the Julie on the other side, just a very scary Night Market pick in general, can play a lot for those hit stuns, for the range, and yeah, depending on just who is going to be moving the ball around these melee characters that both these teams have. I think both of these teams have pretty good angles going into this. Now, I'm curious what these gear picks are going to be. We do see Mags on the midfielders, Slicks on the brawlers, and then we see the pauldrons on the Duba, which you love to see, and then Strike Shot, of course, for Atlas. So yeah, nothing super unconventional here so far. as we're going to be loading in. It's going to spawn topside for both of these brawlers right now, but just the goalies and the brawlers trying to work their way through. A rotation comes out from Il Puma, which maybe was not super wise, as the Estelle has great options to reach those cores. Lego trying to work on the top side here, getting nothing done just yet though, as the Atlas secondary does come out, and it's actually Puma on the bottom side who will break that first barrier down. Now Lego Piece once again working his way up the top side. I love what Puma's doing, trying to cover the out and give Yan some space to walk up. It hasn't, you know, come to fruition just yet, maybe as a result of not having the Duba wall, but still it's going to be scary to deal with later on in the game, as once more they're trying to just force their way through. Here's the Duba wall, but lots of damage onto Lego means that he's not going to be able to actually try and capitalize off it, as well as the now already came out, but that's a great now primary to actually break that first or second rather barrier out of Circus. And unfortunately Jammy just stunned by the now primary, so perfect by Puma, and just means that the core, it just rolls right on by, and Jammy had flip. I mean, thankfully didn't use it, but still, that's a great first point to get on the field for the side of Bonk. And now Puma, the first one who worked her way up to a flip, still just showing so much presence here and already getting that second barrier down, so aggressive here, and it paid off wonders for them, as right now it's just an open net spot and the ball almost goes in, but this defensive Circus does not hold strong as the Monu catches Jammy off guard.
Bonk getting off to a strong start here, surging to a 2-0 lead. Things need to start looking on the up and up for the Circus as far as I'm concerned. They took a tough loss just moments ago, and probably not great for the mental to kick things off and instantly drop 2 points on the bounce to this Bonk team. Bonk now cycling it up here in the barrier. There's a crazy kill off of the wall by Dubu. Somehow, I assume Monu value. I can't press tab because then it's show on the stream. But in any case, yeah, probably Monu value there. Good clear found as well. Power play has now expired. Bonk Atomic Punch back up to 3 men. We've seen a lot of flips here on the board. No flip needed to get the kill there. The kill actually coming out onto Julie in the flip, kind of window dressing, a little auxiliary, all things considered. Still good to confirm the kill. Now power play, Bonk looking to convert on it, but the great double defense between Jammy and his midfielder is enough to get the job done. As we rotate down along the wall, a bit of a precarious situation, especially when you have this Estelle threatening with flip, but it ends up all good. Dubu wall will be Dubu wall. Absolutely griefing there, unfortunately, for Yornkate as we tick into overtime. Circus still with their barrier up, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. As well as having 2 flips available, so of course, you know, Jammy's barrier probably not going to be the easiest to break down, as his flip is forced out here, but Lego takes a lot of damage. Of course, has the now, but still doesn't directly unstagger, so just waiting, trying to get back involved into the play, taking so much chip damage there that he's unable to actually regenerate at all, and the kill is found, and the power play here looking devastating for the side of Bonk, but Yankate somehow, I don't know, that was a crazy angle, somehow ended up breaking the barrier of Circus, but it doesn't matter, as Swiftsy with a great beam there, just finding its way through Yankate to get Circus their first goal of the series.
Okay, I guess that mic issue will have to come later. I'm just going to have to scream into my mic for the remainder of this set. In any case, a good goal picked up by the Circus here. Crazy kill pickup, not to mention great work by Lego Piece to put in the work there to get that. No, that's not Lego Piece. Sorry, that's the other brawler. That's Swiftsy. And then not Swift. Who is it? Swiftsy the
Kirby Derby.
Kirby Derby, 5th time's the charm. In any case, okay. Big money moves happening here in the J corner. No barrier taken in spite of great expenditure of abilities off of the side of Blonde. They do get it on the second time of asking. Great confirm off of the Dubu wall from Yornkate to once again open the door, and the door immediately walked through by the core. Good stuff coming out of Bonk to take a pretty commanding lead here in the series.
Yeah, you love to see that composure from Bonk. I mean, you know, they had so much momentum, and sometimes if you lose a point right before you win, it can somewhat get to you, but they kept it cool, collected, and won within 35 seconds. It's going to be Puma rewarded with the first pick. I'm looking at the catalyst, of course. Also, you know, heavy was an option, especially with Monu, but I think just keep it simple, pick the Broken Awakening, and it will work out. Of course, though, on the other side, I mean, Siege Machine and peak performance, nothing to scoff at here. As well as Dubu, I mean, I guess didn't want to deny the Asher here, but I'm not certain about the heavy. I know it's a deny into the Estelle, but I think Estelle gets heavy and you get size on your Dubu or your Asher. It's still a pretty good trade when you have a now, especially to try and heal it out. But anyway, they just want to keep it simple and not let the enemy scale, which I think is reasonable.
Good barrier take once again from the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. They are looking to continue the offense, but the ball goes right through the legs of Yonkate and takes the barrier for its troubles. Crazy brawl happening here in the top lane, but neither brawler is quite dead. But good follow-up coming out of Il Puma to finally seal the deal onto their brawler. That is Kirby Derby. He's dead, lol. But in any case, good triangle build, but equally good defense coming out of the tandem defense of Circus to somehow make it so nobody scores in that situation. Roll from Yonkate is enough to fend off the pressure for the time being. An equally good secondary out of Il Puma means that the offense now transitions up on the other end of the field. Jammy forced into a tricky flip situation, but they get it done, and now everyone is absolutely mosh pitting in bot lane. Abilities are flying, yet nothing coming out of any of them. Interesting situation, a lot of pressure there, and in spite of the backwards primary of Doom and Despair out of this Estelle, it's not quite enough to get the stun needed to successfully defend this barrier. And now we're seeing another flip for tempo out of Il Puma, but nothing of it just yet. Still, this midfielder picking up a lot of redirects is much higher level relative to the rest of the pack, which goes to show, yeah, they are really touching core.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole control game plan revolves around Puma's efficiency on this now right now. So yeah, especially having the catalyst, as you mentioned, I think those flips for tempo, you know, they're all, well, the flip not on the cards if she's dead, but in general those flips a bit better when you have much more availability for them. But anyway, it's a great opportunity here for Circus. They just need to convert on this power play, which I think is a tall order. It does slip through though, a great piercing beam once again by Swiftsy, and that one actually catches Yan a bit off guard. Puma was ready for it, but flip came out of the goalie of Bonk right there. So a bit of a scary situation for them, especially as Jammy has theirs still available to them. Il Puma now trying to work on the bottom side here, used everything just then and was still unable to get the call quite into an advantageous situation for Lego, who's still kind of lurking a bit far back, trying to help the build up. But it's actually Kirby, the one who probably has the best chance here, as he does have a flip. Still though, taking a lot of damage pressure, gonna do a dash punch there for self peel, but Lego Piece absolutely hunting him and gets the kill with flip himself, which does mean his Adrenaline Rush procs, and he gets the shutdown onto Jammy right there off Jammy's flip.
I mean, it was a very inefficient goal, all things considered. That was a lot of buttons being mashed to seal the deal, but finally, Bonk does have another goal here in the set. We transition immediately to another Circus defense. Bonk looking to keep the pressure high. Oh, brilliant roll by Yonkate. Unfortunate misdirection there. Means that they do lose their first barrier, but it's all good. The tandem offense of Il Puma and Lego Piece is able to contest the speed gate and ultimately mash that thing through. Great flip? Question mark? Yeah, at the end of the day, it was quite great. Afforded Yonkate enough time to push up with that wall and absolutely ensure that there was no escape for the side of Circus there. And it continues to be such a tight box built there. But somehow, Jammy and friends able to punch their way out of it and are now on the offense. Crazy speed gate hijinks happening. But Kirby Derby unable to find the right button press there. But Swiftsy coming in clutch with a good beat up and, I guess, down and around Yonkate to secure the second barrier. Dubu in the open net, but so is Atlas. This could get a little dicey. Granted, Swiftsy has flip, would rather use it on offense. Jammy doing everything in their power to make it such that this flip does not have to be blown by this Estelle just yet. But looking like it might have to soon. We see Asher surging forward and forcing the hand of Swiftsy finally, meaning that the energy is a little destitute if you're a member of the Circus, but no energy, no problem. How did Estelle get that? I guess Kirby Derby just walked that into the net and didn't click it, but there we go, one apiece here.
Yeah, I think just a bit of an overcommit, getting a bit overzealous from Puma there, teleported back to her now eject button and caught Yan a bit off guard, I think. Still, though, they were playing very solidly, and especially, I must note, this Catalyst is looking absurd. I mean, Flip, actually, maybe a bit unfortunate for her there, as she maybe would have liked to just use a single energy bar there, but still, just now with Monu on a closed map, able to farm so much. But speaking of farming, that's another kill for Lego Piece. Of course, Cubby was able to get the barriers in retaliation, and I think that actually might be, you know, a positive trade for the side of Circus, because the power play conversions against these melee goalies have not been going well for either of these teams, I'd say, and it does just end up that Circus retain their final barrier here, and that's ultimately what these melee goalies are looking for in these games. Now still, it is Ilpuma back on the field, of course, trying to work her way down the bottom side, and already so close to having that flip once more. Cubby with so much harassment, but still Puma has a flip. I used it a bit early, I'd say, but it did force the Atlas secondary here, which is going to give Lego an easier time. Great strike shot out of Jammy, but possibly a panicked primary there means that Jammy no longer has any cooldowns, and this is the chance for Bonk to strike right now. The defense, though, the triple defense, in fact, of Circus holding strong, and meaning that the core is not getting into a dangerous situation for Jammy just yet.
Wow, they are just in a conga line here, all three members of the Circus getting rather festive on the defense. We do get the ball clear. At the end of the day, Jammy finding a good primary combo to beat it past Lego Piece, but Lego Piece still just so large and so many abilities up their sleeve means that they're able to contest here, taking the dribble off the top lane, but Jammy snubs that thing out, no problem with the well-placed primary, and this is a dicey situation, but Dubu will be Dubu. No flip needed. Perhaps flip was needed, though, because Kirby Derby able to tap that thing in through the back door, down and around Yonkate, and put Circus, I believe, in their first set, or their first point lead so far.
Yeah, absolutely, their first point lead, and as well as having an energy advantage, at least temporarily, while Puma is a bit behind, but will be a lot behind after a great cheek skill comes out, completely catches Puma off guard there, and gives Circus once more this power play advantage. Of course, they do still have to convert, and Yan having the flip does not make things easy, especially as Swiftsy's flip was forced out by Lego Piece with the threat of the cheese kill there. So Puma given the chance to respawn, and once again the story of the game so far has been that these power plays are actually not resulting in too many barriers being taken here.
They're going to try to take one here, though, but yeah, it's just so tricky. Any case, let's see. Wow, W dribbles there in the bot lane. It just seems like both teams are flooding the space so well. A lot of the gameplay seems to be these sort of melees in either sort of plane and waiting for the abilities of one member to expire so you could just shove it through them. Riveting gameplay. Interesting clear coming out of Jammy, perhaps having to flip reflexively after whipping the angle onto the diagonal. But wow, okay, we see Lego Piece having to play his life here, walking back and forth in and around the speed gate, not really able to help Ilpuma get out the back, and is now dead. Power play for the Circus. Are they able to do anything with it? Jammy throwing the primary, but negotiated around brilliantly by Ilpuma, and that is a monumentalist Dubu wall if I have ever seen one, completely bleeding off the Sin Bin timer and buying enough time for this third member to respawn, and we're back to 3 apiece here in overtime.
Yeah, absolutely, and once again, the power play resulted in nothing completely. Swiftsy has a flip, gonna actually use it on the defense here. A bit of an awkward angle there, but we're able to catch it. The defense of Jammy Circus. Still Lego Piece hounding the barrier right now, and it's a very scary situation, I think, with the Asher on the top side, though does manage to get a lot of damage, which Kirby looked to assist on. Maybe has the dash punch or the ult available. Gonna get some healing, though, from this now here, who I think doesn't have the ult quite yet, but is gonna eventually get that. And this is the chance that, you know, they have to capitalize on all this damage and all the pressure they have from Lego being out of the play. And it is an unfortunate dribble there from Yan that means Kirby Derby is able to get the barrier, get the flip, and get the goal.
Man, like a fly to a lamp, just immediately rushed down that poor hamster and shoved it right through him. Really good clinical conversion there from the Circus Julie, and now we're seeing them take a set and even things up here in the series after what was a pretty emphatic first take from Bonk. Definitely finding their bearings a little more are the Circus. Very deliberate drafting happening here. Still no first pick. Okay, there we go. The Aerials does come out. Double spark contestation from members of both teams, and the 1-2 onto Julie, onto Kirby Derby could be quite potent, as will the build different onto Dubu. Might be able to find a couple cheese kills off of roll.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, I mean, 120 power, heavy impact, plus built different impact power. I mean, that's a lot of damage. Now, other than that, I mean, Lego Piece getting bulk up, I'm sure one of his favorite awakenings, alongside the Adrenaline Rush that he already has. As you mentioned, I think the more important spark here, probably the cooldown spark for Atlas, just a very nice pickup. Of course, CDR on a character with such long and impactful cooldowns, always very nice to have, but still, speed in the midfield, nothing to scoff at for sure. As once again, we've got these both barriers first down, but as well as the second one, Swiftsy catching Yan a bit off guard there with the ultimate and finding that barrier, as well as his evade, which will be rather crucial, I think, trying to defend in the open net situation against the Estelle and the Juliet here. Now, Flip comes out from Puma, but it is to no avail, as triple defense, so many cooldowns, and not enough time to wait them out for Il Puma, and almost a strike around the Dubu here, but are able to hold. Wall comes out here, and it's looking very rough for the side of Bonk, but it's actually just fine because Lego Piece finds a great dash punch, finds the flip, and a crazy angle that actually caught Jammy completely off guard, as Jammy wasted the flip there.
I think they might have been caught on the stage geometry somehow. That did not look like a very natural trajectory for this Atlas to be walking, but all good. Perhaps not so good, is immediately losing the barrier to now secondary, but excellent piece of play from Il Puma to seal the deal there. Excellent piece of play coming out of the Circus, though, to get the kill and establish a power play, putting this poor Dubu into an extremely tricky situation. And Swiftsy understands the assignment, cutting that out clear like a laser, taking the top barrier, even on the diagonal now. One apiece for both goalies. Il Puma having some corner spam antics, not quite able to get it through, but on the second time of asking, does do the trick. Good avoidance of the Julie dash punch there as well to hold on to Flip and keep that latent potential to drive the goal. Crazy Swiftsy solo there to take the second barrier. The primary into the Crystal Thorns is enough to get it past this fat old hamster. And now both members of each team with the flip are kind of duking it out. Il Puma's flip, perhaps not that good. And man, yeah, Kirby Derby showing him how it's done. That is how you flip for value, and now should get the goal here. They do.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke a bit about matchups, you know, in the midfield, but I think this Estelle is doing a really good job scoring into Dubu, which Kirby can't really do, just matchup-wise. The Dubu's so big, and the cooldowns just beat the Juliet. But the Estelle from the range won't be afraid of those stuns and can play around or even through with the beam, the Dubu. As well as Kirby doing such a good job with Flip, where, I mean, it's so annoying to play on this map as any character with a Juliet who has Flip lurking you, but especially as now who needs to take those interactions melee range. It's just a bit of a nightmare and gonna definitely wear down on the mental of the midfielder of Il Puma right now. She does flip quite early, I think a bit too early there, maybe a bit, you know, concerned about something, but it does actually result in their barrier being lost even, and it's a horrible situation as the side of Circus have 2 flips to their name.
Man, that's how you know Circus has an NA coach. They just pass between each other twice, for like laterally. That's incredible. Look at this. Whoa! Oh, maybe not that many passes, guys. Maybe one less might have done the trick there, but at least they hold on to Flip. Good circle coming out of Jammy to make sure that second barrier holds positional advantage, gate advantage, still in favor of the Circus. They're ripping the Flip, looking for the angle is Swiftsy, but not quite quick enough. Does get a wreck drone value at the very least, able to be brought back to life, and wow, this, I mean, like, low-key, Kirby Derby is locked in this game and then some. That is like the second piece of play that's just genuinely stunned me. Very good stuff from this Julie.
Yeah, I mean, rather disturbing there. Kirby Derby with great awareness, I must say. You know, at the start of that dash punch, he didn't have the flip, and that's probably what caught Puma off guard. You know, you're just paying attention to the blue, and you just see the yellow, so you have nothing to fear, but unfortunately for her, Kirby Derby was locked in, as you said. Still though, Bonk, despite losing the past couple goals, are still certainly in this one. Lego Piece, you know, another brawler who can kill with flip, saying, Kirby Derby, I can do it to you right back. Finding that, and I think the power plays are just better for the side of Bonk because of this Adren rush. And we're seeing Lego Piece just hound that barrier once again with the ult there, trying to work his way down the bottom side, but ultimately they've gotten what they had to. They needed to break down that barrier, and that's what they achieved. Swifty still has Flip, but Puma's, I think, a bit more scary in this situation here, as I'm sure she's looking for an angle for it, trying to get a pass, might even look for a kill. Yeah, I think that primary was searching for something on Kirby, but still, Bonk, they just need to keep it calm and relaxed here. They have all of the power in this, having the barrier remaining, and they just need to play calm and get the job done.
I feel like calmness is hard to come by here, especially with the chaos that will ensue off of that crazy flip kill from Il Puma. Seems to be a running theme this game. That's incredible, low-key. I mean, completely age-checked Swiftsy there with the secondary and somehow got the angle to end all angles, like absolute piss missile to top corner there to even up the scales here. Once again, a complete Cats game, 2 apiece, equal on sets, heading into what will be a very decisive point.
Yeah, and now that we're on, as you mentioned, the final point, I'm getting more and more nervous that if this now gets the MVP here, she might just pick up the Catalyst and the Fire Up, and that would be devastating. The Flips just, in these matches where it's an absolute slogfest to try and break the final barriers, the Flip is such a critical turning point, and having it so available and frequent alongside the speed bonus, it just, I mean, 50% move speed Asher is just nothing any goalie wants to deal with. Although, it is Flip actually forced out from Lego Piece there by Kirby Derby, so good energy situation for the side of Circus. Still, both teams just holding it down. The Flip is forced out of Yan though, so Jammy has the advantage right now. Bonk kind of been on the back foot this whole point, trying to work their way forward into this top side, but still, it's just looking like a hard job. Lego look for a cheese kill there. Flip comes out from Puma, finds the right timing, forces Jammy's flip, and it was not successful. And now, with the barrier open, with everything in their favor, Bonk just have to convert.
Conversion is gonna be tricky, though. Granted, you have an Atlas who can't dodge, and ultimately, no dodge was even needed for that defense. A strike would simply do, but the strike coming out just a smidgen late, meaning that Lego Piece and the gang are going to be triumphant here in set 3. We're seeing first pick out of this now. Wonder what she'll take.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be the rapid fire. I mean, very fortunately for Circus, there is no fire up here. Although, you know, rapid fire now, rather disturbing in its own right. Of course, Foff and Team Player, I mean, this is like the second time where I think it's been Puma first pick and then 2 Circus members right behind. So we're seeing the impact she's having. Although, on the other side, you know, of course, the extra special quite nice for Kirby, especially as a deny. But the Monumentalist Missile Prop Dubu is online alongside these Orb Dancer stacks. That Lego Piece, I'm sure, is going to be working their way up to. So we'll have to see.
Great quick offense from the Circus here to get off to a nice and meaty start here in set 4, taking both barriers within a quarter of a minute. Surging forward is Kirby Derby, already somehow almost up to flip. That's kind of nuts, and we'll be looking to let that thing rip as soon as possible. Granted, it's not really prime real estate right now, as it's on the other side of the field that the offense is concentrated. That is like genuinely the 10th flip kill today. Good stuff coming out of Kirby Derby, once again setting up a power play, but the Monu Wall is going to make converting all so difficult. And now, okay, yeah, I mean, it was just ult spam out the wazoo, a sequence of ults from both Brawler and Goalie there to make sure that power play came to absolute nothing. And now Il Puma's looking to finally change the focal point of attack. Had enough of bot playing, but guess where it's been set once more? Right into the paws of Kirby Derby there. Knocks that thing in with a nice helping hand from Swiftsy to get the first goal here in the set.
Yeah, just, I think, great hit stuns coming out from Kirby Derby. Recognized that the team was ready to capitalize on the Dubu in the open net, and just used everything on Yan before the core even reached him, and just made it rather unplayable in the defense there. And speaking of the defense, Bonk on the back foot totally here, especially if you look at this flip situation. I'm sure Kirby Derby once again is going to be hunting for a cheese kill. And, you know, to a certain extent, I feel like if you're Bonk, you might say, hey, maybe it's worth it to get the flip out, because we've been holding in the power plays, you know. Oh, but not without our goalie so far. I mean, we'll have to see. Asher in the net is nothing to be too sad about, but still, scary situation here. Lego Piece gonna try and hold it down. Brawler in the net, but Swiftsy walks into the now primary. Can't be doing that against the Monu now, and that's completely turned the tides here.
Oh wow, Swiftsy pulling the Alex special, the dying to the unnecessary Dorito. All good, is now back on the map and is actionable. Does throw out the primary to stall for time and is actually enough to off-put Lego Piece there, but Lego Piece still trying to get the kill. All the while, the Crystal Thorn somehow wiggling its way through the absolute man mountain of Asher and getting enough to tap it right past Dubu and put Circus up 2-0 here on the set.
Yeah, Swiftsy getting redemption after that tiny mistake, you know. Ultimately, they scored, so it was a positive play. And Kirby Derby absolutely frying both of the barriers here, trying to end this one ASAP, not wanting to give the now the fire up possibly, or I guess he wouldn't even get it because it would be the final set for Bonk if they win. But regardless, the open net situation, not what Yan wants to be dealing with. Lego trying to work on the second barrier and does get it with the help of that double ult. Yan doesn't have to overextend whatsoever, but another T skill flip comes out from Kirby Derby, and it's all on Yan and Lego Piece to try and hold it down. Losing this one could be disastrous for them after going up so strong in these previous set. So right now it is Puma back on the field though, and they do have chances here. Double open net situation. Lego Piece surging with the move speed. Swiftsy has flipped to his name alongside Jammy here. A nice back pass from Puma, trying to rotate the ball away from the flip, but a misstep from Swiftsy, critical, but he still scores. And I mean, twice he made a misplay, but he redeemed himself.
Absolutely scintillating exclamation point primary from Swiftsy there to even the scales here. 3-0 victory, or not victory, you know what I'm saying. 3-0 set victory, mind you. Rewarded with the pick of the litter here. Still, I mean, there's so many scary things in this draft that I think everyone's going to end up winning in some capacity here.
Yeah, I mean, Puma denied the fire up, but still has the spark, or even the chrono if she wants. I think, yeah, the chrono might just be too good to pass up on. Of course, on the other side, the midfielder of Estelle having the hot shot, her best awakening. Maybe rap fire a bit better, just depends on what you're playing for, I guess. But in this game, hot shot going to be big value, and the Estelle build looking rather scary. Both these midfields looking scary. The size, a very nice pickup alongside the glass cannon, and I do just think that, you know, Jammy picks up another spark, which is quite nice, but overall, I very much think that the side of Bonk have won this draft.
We'll see if they can win the game, though, because they're actually the ones with their backs against the wall here. Derby looking ever so scary, just snaking above the walls here, looking for another cheesy dash punch kill. Trying to get it onto Yonkate there. Actually, the kill is found instead onto poor Jammy, not to mention another kill found. This guy is a machine. Lego Piece absolutely piecing up the back line of Circus here, but it's all for naught. Jammy is able to get back into commission just in time. Granted, a good denial of space coming out of Yonkate's wall. Continues to force the issue here in bot lane up against the Circus, but they're able to ameliorate the situation quite well and are now marching forward, slowly encroaching into the territory of Bonk Atomic Punch. They do get the flip out of Il Puma, and a good blink from Swiftsy also ensures his own survival, and perhaps Yonkate trusting Il Puma to his peril, instead making it such that the flip does not get ripped and the goal goes in for Circus here.
Yeah, I think possibly Puma was trying to recast the primary. Wow, interesting kickoff strat there. Trying to catch them off guard with the teleport. You know, I like them trying new things here. It wasn't quite successful in breaking the barrier, but you got to test things out no matter the circumstances. As once again, Lego Piece looking threatening here. They're trying to work their way up, and I think if Yan maybe has the wall, maybe has anything to help out here, the offense is going to be too scary, and it's just the now secondary there proving to be overwhelming. Once again, cheese attempt comes out. Atlas Res is forced, but no kill was found regardless. as Kirby Dev once again has this flip that's been finding so many cheese kills here. Gonna maybe just try and use it for the goal, but it's actually Puma surging forward by her lonesome, trying to find something on the front half there. Lego Piece attempting to move the ball forward. They have to be really cautious, especially Lego. I mean, when Puma dies, it's not terrible, but I think Lego losing all of his Orb Dancer stacks would be rather horrendous. So they are just going to play him on the top side. Once again, there's the flip kill. Flip forced out from Yan as well. And all that remains to be seen is if Bonk can hold in this power play.
Looking to probably be the case. My assumption is that Yankate's got a full kit here. Maybe not Log. I guess he didn't, evidently. Good back pass to keep the core speed, to proc the core speed, rather, from Jammy. We see 2 flips from the Circus D line here. If they're able to get onto the O line, they should be able to use it, but instead, Swiftsy having to use it for survivability just to survive. And now energy is a little bit more even between the two sides. We do have a nice flip sitting, or pending rather, for Jammy, which means the defense should be a little more secure. Yonkate being forced into a tough situation there, but is able to weather the storm, hits it up to Ilpuma. Ilpuma now coming down to try to force the issue here in bot lane, but recognizes that there's too much in their face and opts to rotate back through Yonkate, who starts another attack going forward this time. Good kill onto Lego Piece. The atomic punch, not quite enough, though, to knock all members of the circus into their own net. And now, I mean, it's still a very scary situation. Ilpuma threatening with flip, but opts to back off and play zonally, meaning that...
Oh, no.
Right. All good. All good. 1 apiece for each team. 2 more points to play for. Head up, friends.
Yeah, absolute tragedy there. I mean, I must say, by the way, I mean, our power play is weak. I feel like every single power play, nothing has happened. By the way, they just always hold. I guess the melee champs on the defense, just too strong. Can't get it through them. But ultimately, that mistake might come to haunt Jammy's Circus here. Lego Piece trying to be cautious here, as he should. Afraid of this Cubby Dubby dash punch flip. Does, I think for the first time ever, miss that dash punch in the flip. Only successful in breaking the first barrier. Of course, did give them the fire up speed, but didn't really result in too much here. Lego Piece once again picking up that Orb Dancer speed. Looking scary on the attack here, but a great out clear means that the threat that this Double Wall had posed was kind of cancelled out here. And now we're back to a more neutral state.
Looking to get a little bit more chaotic, though, as everyone is once again swarming onto the core in top lane. Flips are starting to be built. We're seeing 2 of them on the board, and Ilpuma is dangerously close to a 3rd. There goes 1, though. Another interesting angle. There's like several different universes where that own goes, but luckily the timeline is fortuitous enough for it to not be much of an issue. We still do see 1 more flip on the board from Ilpuma, slowly trying to weasel their way forward to rip it. Instead finds a really smart strike, no flip needed, outlasts a couple of abilities from the side of Circus there. I think that's a good trade. Now you've got a team that you're playing into with a lot less up their sleeve, and that is exactly what you want if you are Lego Piece, who's trying to take it there in top lane. But in a great lingering primary from Jammy's enough to actually knock it right back into the fray. And dead core situation, nobody quite on the end of it just yet, but now that situation changes. Core speed is starting to be procced. We're seeing Lego Piece have to play a little bit more conservatively, fall a little further back to be able to get on the end of these balls in time, be capable of reacting. A great circle out of Jammy once again keeps the chaos at a minimum, but a great shoop-de-whoop from Ilpuma there to just about stuff it through the difference in the top lane between Jammy and his defender to put it on to match point in game 1 of the series here for Bonk Atomic Punch.
Yeah, and that one was a great pass from Lego Piece down to Puma, who perfectly slotted it up the top side. A bit of a mix-up there, as once more it's Lego Piece having the flip, definitely lurking here on the enemy team. And I think the Orb Dancer has been, you know, insane value so far. Flip, I think, a bit wasted here, and actually going to be punished by Kirby Derby once again, finding the dash punch flip. But once more, not the second barrier found in this power play. Unfortunately, Swiftsy used his flip, so now no energy whatsoever on the forwards of Jammy's Circus here. Flip, of course, for Puma. I mean, Catalyst, you do expect her to have flip basically every point, multiple times. But still, hers comes out attempting a cheese kill, I believe, there. So back to a more neutral state right right now, as both teams just trying to work it down the bottom side. A bit of a clash of cooldowns. Unfortunate misplay there by Yan. Flip for nothing, and now it's all of a sudden a disastrous situation. Their barrier down as well, as Lego Piece and Puma trying desperately to break that final barrier. Still though, I mean, the open net situation so unfavorable to them, and unfortunately, I think that was into the Piercing Thorns. I hope that wasn't into the middle. I do believe that was Swifty's ult, but regardless, set 5.5.
Oh, Dios mio. Yeah, what a tricky situation to be put into there. It's going to happen on Night Market. There's so much course, but we're already red coring 6 seconds into this point. That's why I don't take Monumentalist on Dubu, by the way, but it's all good. Should still be a manageable situation for the side of Bonk. They're just able to hang on here, but it's actually Swiftsy trying to force that through off of the beam. Also rips the Crystal Thorns, but is not quite able to land the plane there. The Outless Jammy still has his barrier, but maybe not. Get orbs! Oh, but no, it's actually Asher that gets the orb and almost gets the kill onto the Swiftsy. Yeah, that's Swiftsy. Swiftsy is still alive. It actually scores? Hello? That was pure chaos. That top play, that series of top lane interactions was absolutely diabolical, but it does mean that the Circus, in spite of a rough start to this game, are actually the ones to take the first game in the series here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just the story of these teams. I mean, as I mentioned, 3-3 in the regular season, both beating each other 1-1. And yeah, it's just so it's so sad. Like, Bonk so close. I think, yeah, as you mentioned, so much chaos in the top side, and it looked like Puma was trying to find a cheese kill onto Swiftsy, while Kirby Derby was kind of searching for a cheese kill onto her. And it was just Swiftsy capitalizing on, you know, the midfielder of Bonk, Puma, who 413 redirects in this game, was taking the brunt of the core control, was for a moment off the ball, and was able to work his way around the back line of the Asher and the Dubu, find the hit stun, and just get it through. Swiftsy had the most redirects in this game, and yeah, I mean, what a crazy game. Kirby Derby, though. I mean, yeah, I did say, you know, of course, the power plays not finding too much value, but 11 kills, I mean, that's impact there. And a lot of those times, you know, finding the cheese kill where Puma had a flip, and that certainly matters. Getting the ult out of the Asher and the Dubu while they had to defend in the power plays certainly mattered. And just overall, I think those punishes and the mental stock that Kirby Derby was taking up was so impactful here, and it's a nice spread of goals. You love to see when, you know, the midfielders and the brawlers on both teams have pretty similar goal and assist spreads here, and you love to see the teams playing with each other, and so much damage. I mean, Night Market, you expect long games, another 35-minute game, classic here, and just excited to see what we're gonna see on Demon Deus in game 2 here.
That was actually, yeah, I mean, 35-minute game, so long that we lost a sixth of our viewership in the span of that game. I don't think people were really FWing with the Night Market, if you know what I'm saying. But in any case, it's actually, that was such a slog of a match that we're requesting. There's a member of a team that's requesting a 10-minute break, or maybe a 5-minute break. So we might be throwing to break here. I'm all for it, frankly. But yeah, that's pending review. In any case, what I will say is that this is proving to be quite a cracker of a series. That was absolute war. Interestingly enough, in spite of Bonk's name, it really was Kirby Derby that was doing the atomic punching there. I mean, 11 KOs speaks for itself. Man, I mean, at times it felt unplayable. If you were a member of if you were a member of Bonk here, and given that we're heading to DD game 2, I mean, that's also a really potent map for these wall killing comps, just because of how the barriers are positioned. So maybe it'll be a little more of the same from the side of the Circus here, or maybe they'll literally just pull out what they pulled out a couple hours ago when they ripped the Octi goalie on the DD. That was really fun.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous game, it wasn't the side of Circus who whipped out the damage. They were opting for that for that move speed chrono boost comp, and yeah, interesting. I mean, they've been doing well on DD so far. Even though they lost, you know, it was their pick in that previous game, as well as opting to play it in this game, and you know, beating Bonk on their own map pick. I think, especially in my opinion, I'm surprised that Bonk lost on Night Market. I think they've looked generally really good on Night Market. It's kind of been their map. And I believe that in the regular season, it was the side of Circus who defeated them on Demon Deus. So we'll have to see how that turns out in Game 2. We will be throwing to a quick break, but we will be back very shortly for Game 2. Hello, welcome back everybody. I'll keep it brief because we've been here before. We're right back. This is a quick little pause, and right now we've got Peak Performance versus Rapid Fire here. Bonk versus Circus. Getting ready for game 2 on DD, which is the map choice of Circus here. I think, yeah, I mean, Rapid Fire, Peak Performance, both very strong awakenings. I'm interested to see, what the teams are gonna favor right now. I guess it depends a little bit on the enemy team's comps, right? Some comps you'll want the Peak Performance into. Sometimes you might feel you don't need that extra survivability. It is the Atlas ban and the Drek ban. Once again, Drek being banned out here, and the Atlas on a rapid start certainly makes sense, which I think does thin out the goalie pool of Jammy. I mean, Jammy did pick the Octavia previously on this map, so we'll have to see if that's what they're looking to whip out once again. But outside of that, I mean, Kai on this map can work for certain, but especially, with recent meta changes, and it looks to me like that's probably what they're leaning into, but possibly Bonka leaning more into the damage here with this Zentaro pickup, and it's going to be Circus with the third pick, and we'll have to see, what they're leaning to. I don't think they'll pick up a Brawler because of, the side of Bonk have already picked one, so curious to see if this guy is actually going to be in the goalie and what the midfielder is going to pick up here.
Is an interesting point of contention here. I would assume it's Jammy on the Kai, especially with Rapid Fire Knife. But then again, there is Peak, which makes survivability perhaps a bit more a given on such a squishy character. I don't know. I mean, my best guess is, you think that's Kirby Derby on the Kazan?
Yeah, I mean, the Circus team, they're known to have some roll swap shenanigans, and Swiftsy a prolific Kazan player, but I do expect it to be Kirby Derby on the Kazan here.
See how okay, like the Bonk is just really they're yeah, go figure. I'm surprised the Finny got this far, honestly. Not picking the Finny, I guess they were confident that it was not going to be snatched away from them, but it does mean they do get such an impressive character on this map. It'll be interesting to see if it's Yonkate on the Finny or if perhaps she's forced a little higher up the field vis-a-vis the selection. But I guess we'll have to figure that out in 5 seconds. Once Bonk locks their final pick, which will be Estelle. Yeah, at this point, I mean, do you think it's going to be Yonkate on the Finny?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Jan on the Finny here, and that's interesting. I wasn't certain what Bonk would opt for. I mean, Rapid Fire Estelle, insane, of course, but there was also Now, which I think has been a bit underplayed compared to an EUSL at least, in these playoffs so far. Now on DD with Rapid or Peak, pretty insane. Whoa. Oh, it's Kazan midfield on Swiftsy. Hey, you love to see it. Yeah, it's gonna be the Juliet for Kirby Derby, Jammy on the Kai, and then I love that they're picking these off-meta characters, especially they picked it back to back on DD. So a map where anything can happen and you've just got to play better. Outside of that though, yeah, Bonk picking up the Estelle can be scary, but might run into some struggles trying to move the ball up. And I think it's a bit iffy now for Circus. I think risky for them to not go for the Peak Performance now. But it's a bit annoying to have to deal with presumably the extra cooldowns that Bonk are gonna have just out of having more damage pressure so far.
Man, I don't know. I feel like on paper, Bonk has a much more normal comp. And we did see Normalcy triumph last last series that Circus were involved in. They gave it their best go with the comp to end all comps and got 3-1. So I think it's really going to be a function of how much value can this Kazan extract out of what I presume he's going to take Rapid Fire, unless I don't know the meta no more. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure that's what the Kazan could get. And I think it's like, can a Kazan outduel at Estelle in the midfield? I guess we'll see. It is a confined map, so perhaps, but I don't know. I think I'm liking Bonk's setup a little more, but still, I wouldn't. I mean, the last game went to 35 minutes, so evidently these two teams are pretty evenly matched in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I do think the Rapid in general better for Kazan. Into the damage pressure, though, as the midfielder might be scary because you got to play on the ball. You can't really, just cover the off clear and let your teammate cook. I mean, you can try, but it might make things complicated for Circus. Outside of that, I mean, it's interesting because I think in the set that Circus won versus Hot Tofu in that previous DD game, Hot Tofu were kind of over focused on the KOing, and of course, once again, we're seeing the Finny and the Zen that the Hot Tofu team picked up. And if Bonk are going to make the same mistakes and maybe try and play too heavily into the damage and let the core control drop a bit into presumably a few peak performances here, it might be rough even with them. I would agree having a comp that makes a bit more sense here for the map. But still, yeah, well, I don't know, interesting one. I'm very much excited to see, the meta reads of these teams. Do they believe, hey, we can just live even if we don't pick peak? Do the side of Bonk want to pick peak as well, even though there's less damage pressure onto them? Are we going to see a Vamp Brace maybe from one of these players on the side of Circus? Something like that to mitigate the damage. It is going to be, Vamp Brace over onto Kirby. Whoa. Okay, I got it completely wrong. Kirby Derby is on Kazan. Swifty's on Julie. Kirby Derby has the rapid fire and the Van Brace. Swifty has the peak and the mags. And then, it is full rapid fire for the side of Bog. And, I mean, forget everything I said about what Circus were planning. It looks like, though, they're going to be playing with Swifty Brawler, which, as I said, is something they've done before, but so far not looking great for them, as Lego Piece just frying the defense there, getting the barriers and getting the goal already level 2, and just completely crushing on the offense. His Zentaro beat Vass in EUSL. He's not just a Juliet player, so showing his prowess so far, as once again, it's looking like Bonk are going to take a commanding lead early on to the game. It just depends on if Circus can work their way back into it. It is Yan on Mom Boots, interestingly enough. I think Finny players often tend to lean towards the strike shot, especially playing into Kazan can be quite scary to not have strike shot, but it's actually Lego Piece, the first to take a lot of damage pressure here, has a flip, but as well as a low HP bar, so gonna have to get the orb and play his life and try and recover here.
My heart stopped beating for a second as Yankate almost stepped on the orb for Lego Piece, but did manage to do a little shimmy out of the way just in time, meaning that the Brawler is still in commission. Can't necessarily say the same about Swiftsy at this moment of time. Does manage to pick up the orb and also unleash a bit of fancy footwork to hang on to their life. Chaos here in bot playing Kirby Derby. Excellent usage of a couple of closed primaries and strikes in quick succession to do something or other, but it's actually Jammy who, amidst all the hitboxes and flashing lights and crazy ability usage, just kind of hits a tepid little strike to bot corner there to level things up here.
Yeah, 2 flips there, kind of used for fun by both Yan and Kirby Derby there, so I guess somewhat evens out. Although maybe having less energy is a bit scarier for the side of Circus playing into more damage pressure here. We'll have to see though, the start of this point going great for them, breaking both the barriers here, just the strike gap, the Kazan being so annoying, just pounding it into that corner repeatedly, and it just works, by the way. Like, can we get the ball out, guys, please?
Bro, that looks like my OSAS games. That was a crazy sequence there. I guess, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Just hit it into the goalie until the goalie loses. But it does mean that the Circus are now up in points here in set 1 and are looking to continue to press their advantage. They're the ones currently on the front foot here. The ult out of Yankate is just enough to get it out in the interim, but not quite enough to deal with the damage once and for all. They do lose their first barrier, and they also lose their brawler, meaning things could get a bit dicey here for the side of Bonk. Atomic Punch Jammy slowing things down, finding the back rotate up and around the barrier, and the good defensive coordination of the 2 remaining Bonk players is enough to stay the course and not lose their second barrier. And up on the other end of the field, conversely, Jammy almost losing both of theirs in quick succession, does manage to flip in the nick of time to hold on to the second one, but no dice right there. Now it's open net for the side of Circus.
Yeah, great offense there from the side of Bonk. Puma was taken quite low, but just rotated well, played off ball, nice ball movement there to play the ball around these melee characters, and that's what you have to abuse, of course, because I'm with... Oh no, Jan. Okay, lost the barrier there. Still not the end of the world. Okay, Puma used her flip too, and Bonk, I mean, guys, look, focus up. Almost walked out of that ult somehow, but it is the midfielder Bonk taken off the field. Kirby Derby has flipped to his name, 1 point away from victory in the set, and flip on Swiftsy gets it done.
Bang, and first set taken by the Circus here. Unorthodox comp working well for them. Jammy getting the first pick here. Will be interesting to see what the pickups are. There is a single spark, which this Kai goalie could be leaning towards unless they perhaps want to spec towards, I don't know, mobility or something or other. Does opt for the hot shot, actually, for the CDs and the core speed.
Yeah, Finny here opting for the timeless over the Monu. Personally, I think the Monu is better, but still, both great awakenings on this map. Size going over to this Kazan, very scary. Lego piece gonna pick up that Stinger, gonna be nice to maybe cut down the health bar of Swifty a bit better here, who has the peak performance. But Swifty himself picking up the, as you mentioned, that solo focus spark. I mean, on a winning set, picking up spark, something that you love to have in your draft, and then Puma with that final pick of Berserker here. Not too crazy, I think, as she hasn't been under too much damage threat, but still a nice pickup as it is a close quarters map here. Now, outside of that, I feel like the side of Bonk are just running into this struggle where it's very difficult with their characters to just win these interactions versus Rapid Fire Kazan and Rapid Fire Kai, right? Who consistently can move the ball through those characters, and that's the answer that they'll have to, figure out for themselves here.
Swiftsy mashing a couple of abilities in rapid fire succession, but Yonkate positions well enough to deal with the situation. Trade of ults, or rather flips, is enough to get both barriers down for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, but Circus loses their forwards in the process, meaning that it's kind of not looking too hot for them, all things considered. They are building the triangle well enough, but Swiftsy spawns in and unleashes a punch to deal with the defense as soon as they spawn in, and that was crazy. No. Shrike reset, W. Good find past Il Puma, who was incapable of reacting in a timely manner, and the Circus continue their warpath here as they notch another goal on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Puma's passing to goalie, and I think that was a rare moment where she missed the beat on the pass to Jan being kind of completely free there, and just resulted in that goal, I think. Jan, I think, was expecting that pass, so wasn't, in the back line to try and help the defense out. Now, once again, it's looking like a good start, but that was the case for the previous point. I think Bonk had a good start, but kind of fizzled out and eventually fell into ruin. Now, nice pass up by Lego Piece. Great hits done by Puma. The back line just not ready for it from Circus here, as Lego Piece been taking a bruising and a battering this whole point, but still playing his life excellently, getting his way back into things. Puma trying to step up aggressively. Unfortunate Giga angle there, forces Jammy's flip out. Nice strike though to counter out that Estelle beam, and for the first time in what feels like forever, the point finally on the side of Bonk for them to try and play defense.
Up rotate through to Il Puma, but the primary out of Kirby Derby is able to keep the ball just where they wanted. Great goal line clear from Yonkate to find the out, and now both brawlers kind of tickling each other in the middle of the park as the midfielders try to get the job done, but it's actually Lego Piece's ult, I believe, catching Jammy off guard. All the while he was not using that to play the core, just putting it out there. He was using that to kill Swiftsy, but don't matter how they go in, we're tied once more.
Yeah, ironically, if Jammy didn't have Hot Shot, that wouldn't have gone in, because it was his Giga that knocked the red core speed into that Zentaro ult. So a bit of an unfortunate situation there. I think the last Giga was also a bit of an unlucky angle there. Nice shot, but great reaction there on the back line by Jammy to hold it down. Kirby Derby taken low, but has the van brace, has recovery drone. I mean, that guy I think is going to be just fine. Same possibly cannot be said of Swiftsy though. taking a bit of damage here, forced to use that evade to try and get the orb, but still taken off the field by the Zen ult and passive combination. They still have to get the ball through this Kazan here, but once they do, I think it's a great spot for the side of Bonk to be in here. Puma trying to work up the top side. Nice pre-evade there by Jammy, the primary a bit telegraphed, and ultimately Swifty given a chance to respawn here.
Slowly encroaching towards overtime, the core speed could prove to be the difference maker if the clock keeps ticking. And it's a really dicey situation there in the goal arc, but a good preemptive flip from Yonkate is enough to get it up and around Swiftsy, who rips the ult, but should still have 2 pieces of their kit to force this particular issue. Does opt to use the punch on the defensive there to try to apply some hit stun onto the offenders of Bonk Atomic Punch, who are still not too phased. A good primary out of Kirby Derby is enough to alter the trajectory of Lego Piece's secondary, such that no goal was secured right there. Both teams now vying for possession in the middle of the park. Jammy sitting pretty with the flip, is patient enough to just find the clear with a well-placed strike and conserve the energy, and that might be Currents for Il Puma, but is able to TP away at the last moment and flip the script onto Swiftsy, who's now the one looking poised to get killed. Oh, I assume, my best guess is that Yonkate's primary was coming off of cooldown and they were mashing it as quick as possible and it just didn't come off quick enough. Does unfortunately kind of faux Soren angle into the goal, and it means that Circus get another point.
Yeah, great strike by Kirby Derby to the top side there. And I think that's kind of what I was talking about, that Hot were doing wrong for a moment on DD, where they overfocused on the kill on Swiftsy, although can't overfocus on the kill now as Jammy completely blown up, taken off the map. Swiftsy still has a flip, but I don't even know if it would be wise for Swiftsy to try and use it on the defense. And yeah, I think just opted to hold it there. Bit of a doomed situation, and now just having a flip to contend with Pumas in this point is very nice. Of course, Yan does have one, which is rather scary, but still, I think chances for both teams here, although it's certainly a critical point to win.
Il Puma ripping the flip very quickly, is now poised to perhaps be killed, but instead Swiftsy opting to flip for tempo rather than damage or an execution. Does not need the flip at the end of the day, it seems, because is able to just take the 2 barriers all by their lonesome with no dodge or anything of that sort. Just a couple of well-placed abilities, the hit stun applied too early on to that Porphyny in this case, and wow, Chaos in the box just about manages to weasel it in on past Yonkate, who might have had a strike, might not have had a strike, didn't choose to strike, is the key issue there. And it does mean that Circus are just 1 set away from leveling the series.
Yeah, I believe Yan had a strike, but like used it like a few pixels before the core reached, which, yeah, unfortunate. And now Kirby, second size awakening on the field, a bit of scaling coming through. Looks like the Spark Deny coming out from the Zentaro here, and then this is still getting Glass Cannon. I think a very nice pickup here for Puma, especially into this enemy team comp. Gonna try and run circles around them. The extra gigas, especially with the hot shot, I mean, so much cooldown reduction now for Jammy. Very annoying to deal with, especially just getting the ball through the midfield. The Kai can certainly help with that, with all these cooldowns. And Yan gonna pick up the missile prop, of course, a beloved Finny awakening here, but still, I don't know if the damage potential of it is actually exactly what they need in this game, and unfortunately for them, both barriers drop instantly.
Kirby Derby mashing his face all over the keyboard, but is not quite able to connect with the core there. Does mean the defense is forced onto the side of Circus. They do hold 1 barrier at the expense of the other. Jammy now opting to fly, not quite able to get on the end of it, but Swiftsy appearing like a thief in the night, just somehow jump scaring with that ult and finding the goal right through the defenders of Bonk. And yeah, I mean, Circus are looking poised to take this thing.
Yeah, and that's a couple points now where the forwards of Bonk have been trying to find this kill on Swiftsy. Time and time again, they're pressuring him, but eventually they don't find a kill confirm, and he just rocks up to their net and finds the goal. Now, Flip was forced out by Swifty there. Just keeping composed himself though, didn't even use his. Gonna pop it now after all that damage came out to break down that first barrier. And both the forwards of Circus are low, but once again, is this going to be the struggle where they try and find the kill confirm, but it just doesn't come through? And now Swifty, an attack on the barrier, going to break it down, still staggered, but if he's not killed, it doesn't matter. Still living, playing the evade perfectly. Bonk, though, able to find the barrier on the other side, but still, you know, the second barrier for Circus, the one that matters, is remaining, and it's the side of Bonk that actually break that second barrier down and now have an opportunity to attack here.
Il Puma might actually get beaten for haste by Swiftsy here. Kirby Derby just a little too small to hook the ball right away from Yonkate. Jammy, good premonition to position such that the beam from Il Puma would be a non-issue, buying the opportunity for this Circus side to continue surging forward. You can see Jammies consulting with the Angel and the Devil on their shoulder, deciding whether they want to push up or not. Ultimately decided to drop back and play a little more conservative, which was ultimately a good move because Swifty's able to get it done all by his lonesome, and it now means that Circus is just 1 point away from sealing the deal here.
Yeah, and maybe it's a rookie first playoff nerves coming through for Bonk. Just too many misplays, I think, coming out right now. And as I mentioned, they didn't find that kill confirm on Swifty, and he's just breaking everything. Crap, and what a point! I mean, just devastating offense. Didn't even need the flip. Didn't want that one to go any longer. And I mean, Swifty, veteran in the league, he's been here before, and showing up right now when his team needed him most. And especially on these unconventional picks, role swapping their forwards, picking the Kazan in the midfield, and it worked wonders for the side of Jammy Circus, who are going to advance to day 2 next week for EUSA playoffs.
Incredible stuff by the Circus there. I guess they got sick and tired of long games because they put that one to bed nigh instantaneously. 14-minute DD game. I guess that's what you get when you're like, they're low-key kind of the DD merchants of Europe, and evidently putting that title to full effect here, sealing the deal rapidly, and progressing perhaps as the seeding would have indicated, but in any case had to put in a whole heap of work to get to this point. So congratulations to Circus. We will be seeing you next week. And as for Bonk Atomic Punch, it was an incredible fight. Give them all their flowers. I mean, they brought it to the brink there. We're just not quite able to get over the hump. And yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good series, I do say.
Yeah, I mean, absolute fire, especially that first game. I mean, I know Night Market can feel long and tedious sometimes, but I always love a set 5.5. Anything can happen. Everything is on the cards for both teams, and that was super exciting to see. And yeah, as you said, it's going to be Hot Tofu, Don't Ask, and Jammy Circus just going to be in playoffs, day 3. I believe those are those were the top 3 seeded teams coming out of EUSA regardless. So, proving that throughout the regular season, it wasn't just fraudulent. They got to their seeding for a reason, and they showed up today when it mattered most. Excited to see them next week, as well as EUSL, which will be even sooner, next Saturday. I believe the first game will be the winners' final game between Wildcards and VAS. So excited for that. And yeah, just a lot of interesting OS going to happen next week.
Yeah, look forward to that. Fellas, let's try to get to 100 viewers. How about that? Tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell everyone. Let's flood the zone with a bunch of hungry European Omega Strikers fans next week. Hope to see all of you there, but I believe that's it for the series today. So thank you all for watching and supporting the scene, and we will catch you all next week.